our agenda, we're going to talk about retention figures. We have a whole section dedicated to wildfire, a hot topic during our commissioner reports as well today. And we'll take a short break and then we'll move into retained revenue requests. We've got a dozen departments that will be coming before us. We'll do a lot of listening during all of this, and then we'll come back toward the end for full discussion on next steps and direction from the board. Okay, so with that, I think I'll turn it over to Dan.
Well, good morning, commissioners. For those online, my name is Dan Conway, Chief Financial Officer. Commissioners, I don't think the puns are allowed until after lunch. Just want to give you a quick overview, aside from what Commissioner Dahlkemper just mentioned. The kind of the purpose of what we're looking to do today. One is provide context for all of the retained revenue decisions that will be forthcoming coming months. We are asking specifically for some direction from the board on the wildfire items on the agenda, and we'll ask for that direction at the end of the session. And then we are seeking for some guidance on any of the requests that you hear today from the various departments and offices that you'd like to see some further analysis conducted on. Obviously, there's quite a few, and given the time frame, staff had enough time to do a deep dive on these. And again, these are presented at high level anyway. So as you narrow in some particular items, we'll be able to have a little bit more thorough analysis. You also mentioned, and I'll highlight that we will also be sharing with you our latest projections on our retained revenue. These are dollars that we retained from 2024. We wait for the fiscal year to close to figure out what that actual figure will be. Our finance team hasn't formally closed the year. There's a few more little bits and pieces, but we're going to give you a number that's a good working figure, and I'll speak to that a little bit. And then again, I want to emphasize that this really kind of represents a brainstorming stage of the process for these retained dollars. This is early parts of the conversation. We're looking for high concepts, direction, where we may want to go as a county. And I do want to emphasize that it has been pretty relative short turnaround to get all this information compiled. So I do want to thank all the departments and elected officials for their commitment to getting this information to the board. As a consequence, I will say the SPA budget team and the county attorney staff haven't had really the opportunity to do any type of deep dive analysis. County attorney's office has done some high level legal analysis on some items. But again, I think once we get more things narrowed down, both county attorney's staff and the budget staff will be able to provide more thorough analysis of those items. Okay, and of course, as we go through the process, as we see a lot of times when we do any type of budget discussions, the initial figures that are presented up front are estimates, and as we go through time, we'll refine them, and so those numbers may change as we get more information, more details worked out. So just want to kind of set that expectation. Given our finite time that we have today, I would ask that discussions be held till the end after all the presentations are made. Obviously, the board's welcome to ask questions and follow-up items as they hear presentations, but the larger discussions we ask that we kind of table that to the end. That way we can give everybody a chance to get their information presented. Okay, and then after that, the next steps, we will, near the end of that, we will present some recommendations on a proposal for some limited use of those retained revenues. Things you may have already heard before, and then we'll talk about the next steps moving forward with the process. So any questions on that before we jump in? Okay, so if we could go to the next slide. Next slide, sorry. Okay, so this table, I think we spoke the last time to the board about on April 17th. Just wanted to give you this touchstone again. We're going to show you two scenarios. This first scenario shows what the revenue looks like with the full mill levies, with the mill levies being fully restored to historical levels. That's just kind of like the max end of it. The next slide shows a similar picture, but it shows that fourth scenario that the board seemed to really resonate when you heard it in April about restoring social services in full, in road and bridge and capital expenditure in part. And so this gives you that visualization. I'm happy to walk through these slides if it's helpful. You did see this before. So if you do want to have some questions or want me to call out anything specifically, I could do so. If the board's happy though to move forward on to the next stages. See, nod for one commissioner. Okay. Good. Okay. I do want to also ask before we get into department sections, we do have a timer set up available if the board wants us to use that. We don't have to, it's your call. But I think speaking for myself and other directors, we do like to talk a lot. So sometimes you gotta keep us on track.
I think it'd be great. I normally will capture the time when people start their presentation, but I think if we could put a timer in play, that would be great just to keep us moving, and I know we'll have plenty of time for discussion later too.
All right, so then let's go on to the next slide. All right, so this slide captures what it looks like those two scenarios you saw previously. Scenario one, where we fully restore, and then that scenario four, we partially restore. And so the blue column represents the general fund revenue if we retain, the blue column is our total estimated retained revenue. So this is probably the first time you've seen that figure. That's 65.2 million. That's what we're anticipating to retain for 2024. The subsequent colors you see here are the subsequent years, that you see here, 25, 26, 27, 28. Those are the anticipated retention levels for those years. Now they're going to fluctuate from year to year for a variety of factors. One being it's based off of the Tabor calculation. So yes, we still have to perform the Tabor calculation indefinitely. That's never going to go away. That informs how much of you can retain. So that factor is based off of prior year's levels. So we have that factor built in. Then you also have assessment cycles. So you're gonna have assessment years, non-assessment years. So that factor will change every other year. Plus, we have current legislation that reduces the assessment rates year after year. So that blue bar you're seeing in each year, it does fluctuate when all those factors overlay with each other. The green column and yellow column, again, the green is if it looks like if we partially restored some of those mill levies, that's that scenario 4, fully restore social services, partial capital, partial road and bridge. The yellow, by comparison, is like, what does it look like if you restored all of them? Obviously, the yellow shows that if you restore, we don't have enough revenue to meet that goal at this stage. But the green just show you kind of how it looks going forward. I also want to mention too that these figures assume that the general fund's deficit is covered first. So we have an existing structural deficit in the general fund between revenues and expenditures. And these figures assume we cover that deficit first, then we identify these other factors like the mill levy restoration. So that gives you a nice visualization of kind of how much we initially are anticipating that we have to work with. Assuming no other things change, which likely they will. So, okay. Any questions on this data?
And I don't have a question, but more so a comment. I'd like you to validate this. So as the board goes through all of the presentations today and all of the proposals, there's money that's been proposed for one-time use, and then there's money that's been proposed for ongoing. So can you speak to this slide as it relates to ongoing proposals and the dollar amounts that are referenced here?
So this particular slide only shows the mill levy restoration. This does not show any decisions on those requests. This is just showing if you only did the mill levy component of some of the choices. The next slide will show some of those layered into that. So this is just what it looks like only with the mill levy adjustments. So let's actually go to the next slide and we'll talk about that. So it's the same concept. The dark blue is that retained amount. But what we've done is we've overlaid some of the initial priorities that we've seen the board leaning towards, and that is the wildfire support, the homelessness support, and then the mill levies. So this takes those same estimates of the retention levels and then backs off how much of each of those pieces And it shows you how much you would have left for decisions on all the other requests that you're gonna be hearing. So for instance, in 2025, the estimated retention would be 52.2 million. If you back off 33.2 for wildfire for D&T, 2.7 for homelessness, 7 million for wildfire for sheriff, we then have 39.3 million of retention to use for other decisions for 25. 26, 27, 28 are the same, but then you see the mill levy related into that as well, because obviously we can't change 25's mill levy because it's already adopted. So that kind of shows you a scale of just those kind of floor areas before all the other decisions.
I just have to say, this is an incredibly helpful visual to see these different components and how they're layered together, knowing that we've got two main categories. We have public safety overall, which includes wildfire resiliency and other components that we outlined, as well as roads and infrastructure, right? I mean, that's a huge component as well, and we're far behind in those areas. So this will help us chip away at it, but it's a pretty big amount. We did ask to see what it looked like with some partial restoration toward the mill levy. And is the visual that we're looking at right now, we talked about slowly chipping away at that and what it would look like. And does this represent just taking smaller chunks and beginning? So even with those smaller chunks, you're still looking at some pretty substantial dollar amounts here.
Yeah, that lighter blue, that is the restored partial model. That's where we did full social services restoration, partial road and bridge, and partial capital expenditure.
So the blue represents those three mill levy areas. And you said full human services and partial on the other two.
Yes. And as a reminder, with the capital expenditure adjustment, it's really kind of a zero-sum game because we would have the mill levy in the capital expenditure fund instead of general fund, but the cost would also go with it. It's just aligning those costs to the right bucket. It's really the social services and road and bridge mill levies that have that bottom line impact in the general fund.
Okay, thank you.
Can I ask a
Oh,
question?
yes, please, go for it.
Don't like waiting till you.
That's gonna be tough.
Yeah.
So what's happening in 27? You see the.
Yeah, I think again, that's the combination of one, we're gonna have some of those drop offs from the assessment rates and the assessment cycle. So that's really, I asked the same question. So that's what we're really seeing at that 1 year. And it kind of rebounds a little bit when we get the next assessment revenues coming in 28. I think it's good to see that trend initially, but knowing that, you know, it seems like every year we have the legislation change our assessment rates. There's a level of tentativeness we need to take those dollars with. But that's really the contributing factor. It's one of those kind of perfect storms. All those factors align in that 1 year that drops it down quite a bit.
And this is assuming that it's all ongoing and not one time.
So this is, yes, this is just adjustments for homelessness, wildfire. Some of the portions are one time, some of them are ongoing combination, and then the mill levies would be ongoing.
Oh, all right. So it's not first.
Right. This is kind of just a collective view of that. I will mention, I think it's important to recognize that's 65.2 at this point was what we anticipated. I just received word that we actually received some backfill from the state on one of the recent bills, state legislative bills indicated that if counties lost value of their revenue from mill levies, it would be backfilled. We didn't anticipate to get any, but it looks like we actually received about $12 million, $11 million, which is more significant than I thought.
This word backfill, it's such
I
a
know,
foreign
it's
concept.
bizarre.
I
It's
don't
bizarre. So-
understand.
That really just means it's state revenue. It's not property tax revenue. It's state revenue that we have received. So it will actually increase that 65.2 up to the 70 range for us to work with.
I think that's from the bill that
That's
was
special.
passed in 23.
Oh, 3, okay.
And then the special session is why we didn't see it for 25. I
Right.
think that's a catch up to the first bill. Because I believe in special session, we didn't have any backfill
Right.
outlined in the bill. So this must be the original.
23.
Yeah.
which again, we didn't expect. We
Yeah.
figured we'd be back the line, but,
Or the earlier version,
right.
the bill before the special.
So it's good news in the sense of we have, actual revenue, because for the most part, this retention conversation is dollars we already collect, right?
That's
That 11 to 12 million was revenue that we weren't anticipating, which is actually advantageous in that respect.
And the other thing for us to think about too, I think, as we look at these revenue projections, including potential mill levy restoration on an incremental basis, is that I believe we received twice the amount of requests versus what we actually have banked for revenue retention, right? So there's that too. So
That's not all
just
unsurprising.
lots of moving parts.
Okay, so any other questions on this slide? I think that might be the end of those data points. So I think now we will move on to the show.
Okay.
All the departments come up and give you some great information. First, we're gonna start though with the wildfire components. And we have, I think about 30 minutes allotted right, for each group, but we've got the sheriff and then we've got D&T. So we'll start with our illustrious sheriff.
Great, come on up. Good to see you all.
Morning.
Good morning.
I'm gonna set my own timer because I know I talk way too much. Good morning, thanks for having us. This is a follow-up to a presentation that we shared with you back on April 1st. Not a lot of changes or differences there, but just wanted to kind of go over the program and then add in some follow-up to some questions that were raised by the commissioners as well. So the request from us out of the sheriff's office is for investment in building a holistic wildland fire management program to support county efforts. Currently, we are primarily focused more on wildland fire response. This program would add capacity and build a program that includes preparedness, mitigation, education, outreach programs, as well as bolstering our response functions as well. So taking a holistic perspective, all of this is really tied to our community wildfire protection plan, which the county commissioners adopted back in October of last year. Out of that plan, there were 8 major action items identified that we're really using as our blueprint for moving forward. And so those 8 action items, the proposal that's in front of the commissioners as part of the 1A process would build the capacity to advance progress on all 8 of those action items. And again, just as a quick reminder and overview of those 8 action items, the number 1 was to create a holistic county wildland fire management program, invest in the capacity, staffing, capital investments that are needed to help move us forward. A second action item was to identify and implement fuel treatments and ecological restoration, both at a strategic level as well as a landscape level. And so there's work that's already been occurring with that. We've formed some working groups within the county following the CWPP. We've got multiple partners engaged, and we're having those conversations and identifying what the priorities would be if we had capacity to implement some of these treatments. So some of that legwork is already ongoing. Third action item was increase the judicial use of broadcast prescribed burning. A lot of our partners are looking to get prescribed fire back on the landscape. Open Space is part of their forest restoration plan, Denver Mountain Parks, and our other partners, both federal and state partners for lands that they manage. The program that we would build, the capacity that we would add, would bring in qualified individuals into leadership positions, as well as boots on the ground to help implement some of those projects and support our partners. In one instance, Open Space, they've got a lot of hand piles out there. They want to get broadcast burning back on the ground. They don't have qualified people to do that work, nor the capacity, the boots on the ground to implement those projects. This program would provide that from a county perspective. The fourth action item was roadside fuel breaks, which is really tied again into that strategic approach
so that we've got a better opportunity for wildland fire response when we do have a fire, as well as helping to promote safe and effective evacuation routes if there was an incident. And when we talk about incident, obviously our focus is wildfire, but these actions would support all hazard incidents across the county. And so those roadside fuel breaks, I know the commissioners have heard from their constituents a lot. There's a lot of groups that really have that at the top of their list. And this program would help us move those aspects forward as well. The other big one, action item 5, was a community wildland fire preparedness program. And so we've talked extensively about that, I know. Our vision for that program would be a countywide home assessment program to support our residents. It would be a standardized education and outreach program around wildland fire and forest restoration generally, as well as potentially exploring the idea and the concept of developing a microgrant program for our residents to be able to apply for funding to implement defensible space and home hardening projects. Slash management is action item 6. Obviously, the county, our slash program is highly successful, but it's every year we set new records with that program. The demand keeps growing. And so part of this program would provide resources to help expand that program and support that program as well. If we have mitigation crews, we would become a user of that program. So we've got a responsibility to make some investments and help support that. Evacuation preparedness is action item 7. Again, another item where we're already making some progress, but we're limited by staff capacity right now. And so that's everything from planning, training, as well as conceptually identifying those routes and making sure that they are safe and effective. And then the last action item out of the CWPP was spatial data coordination. That's a huge component. There's a lot of data. It's spread out amongst many partners in the county and within many departments within the county as well. And this program would play a leadership role and have the capacity to kind of bring all that data into one centralized warehouse and then build those platforms so that all our partners could benefit from that data. That will help with future analysis. It will help with effective response. And then certainly it would be instrumental in the planning of doing mitigation projects and making sure that we are being as truly as strategic and effective as we possibly can in those efforts. So yes, so this program would support all of those action items. As I mentioned, we are making some progress on some of those items as it is right now with the staffing that we currently have. But our hands are really tied in terms of the implementation piece of it, just because we don't have that. So the proposal you have in front of you, we've broken it out into 3 phases. Phases 1 and 2 are really focused on the 2 halves of the program. So phase 1 really incorporates bringing in some of those key leadership positions that we need, fire planner, GIS specialist, a program manager for that whole wildland preparedness program, the community outreach aspect of it, as well as bringing on 1 mitigation crew. So that's what phase 1 is comprised of. Phase 2 represents the other half of this holistic program, and that's really the community engagement piece of it. So phase 1 includes the program manager that would have oversight of that program, but phase 2 brings the bodies into the program and the specialized expertise for the implementation side of it. Things such as a grants person, a dedicated grants person for the wildland program, also a dedicated person to focus on outreach education. And when we talk about that, that's everything from community events, school engagements, media campaigns across the county is part of what we envision with that. And then the other part, again, would be bringing in the staff for that countywide home assessment program. So we would bring in a leader to help develop that program and then have a field going staff of personnel that would go out and do the assessments, work with our homeowners to do those assessments. So that's phase 1 and 2. That brings in the collective halves of the program and gets us to that point. Phase 3 is really focused on adding more staffing to both of those phases to get our capacity up to the level it needs to be to meet the needs of not only our community members, but also our partners. So we're not, how we developed this program and the proposal that we're bringing in front of you guys wasn't developed in a vacuum. It's been identified in terms of conversations with our partners, our fire protection districts, the chiefs, watershed groups, our federal partners as well. We've taken input from all of these partners in the county to identify where we really need to focus our investments. There's a lot of excitement with our partners if this is the trajectory that we're on. And the other goal of this is that a lot of our partners are doing some of these components on their own individually, which is great. And they're providing a service to our residents. However, what it's doing is creating some inconsistency across the county. So building this program at the county level, our goal really is to develop and implement countywide standardized programs and then be able to support our partners as they buy into these programs. We would be someone that could either help on the planning and administrative side of it and or on the implementation side of it. And it'll also create a lot more efficiencies. There's things in terms of just doing home assessments. There's software applications out there. If you've got Evergreen that's buying into this software application and maybe Conifer buying into a different one, if we have a countywide one, we're going to get better pricing on our licenses for that software application. We would facilitate training to help. That would provide a service to our partners. And so it's just going to create some more efficiencies as we move forward. As I mentioned, the one difference from the April 1st presentation that you guys saw is we were primarily showing you guys funding investments to help support FTEs as well as capital investments. What we did not include were operational costs. And so the numbers have been updated to reflect that. And so this would be a full level funding to support not only the hiring of staff, the necessary equipment, and then those operational costs so that we can implement the programs moving throughout the year. I did want to highlight that, and I know there's interest from this on that microgrant program concept. The funding request does not include funding to support those microgrants at this time. Our perspective is we need to get the staff on board to identify and develop what that program is going to look like before we know how far and wide we can offer that program to the residents. We were also optimistic. There were some federal grants such as the BRIC grant that would have been a great fit and really, I think, would have been a high priority in terms of receiving that grant funding that could have supported this program. But as you may or may not be aware, the BRIC grant was canceled by the current federal administration. So some of those doors have closed, but I think once we have the staff in place and identify what the program needs to look like and what the true capacity is, then we would likely come back to the commissioners with a proposal of what kind of investments. And certainly we would explore other grant programs and see what kind of opportunities may exist out there for that. A couple of things I wanted to also highlight is partner coordination. So as I mentioned, we've been working with the fire protection districts and other partners in the county to identify what is really needed to support their work, as well as to meet the demands that exist in the county and what the CWPP outlined as action items. So this program, we feel very confident would meet a lot of those needs and support those efforts. Again, we're not waiting. There's some things that we are doing now to try and advance those goals, but we are really limited by capacity right now in terms of being able to get out and implement. There's a lot of background planning work that's going on right now. Those are conversations and efforts that we're having. Again, highlighting, we're trying to do this from a county-wide perspective rather than individual to get those efficiencies, create that effectiveness. And also leverage our resources, right? So a lot of our partners are doing work, open space, Denver Mountain Parks, watershed groups are applying for grants. Our fire districts are having a lot of success with grants. If we could pull this under the umbrella of a countywide program, not only will we be more competitive, I believe, because we'll show a landscape level effort and effectiveness in this. But these county investments can be used as part of the matching funds for a lot of these grants, which currently really restricts us in what we're able to do. As an example, earlier this year, we presented to you on the CWDG grant that we put in for. Initially, we were eligible for a match waiver. And then again, the current administration changed criteria, and all of a sudden we had to find millions of dollars to come up with that match. That match, we were able to do that for that application, but at the sheriff's office level, we have no more resources to leverage for additional grants. This investment would obviously provide a lot more matching opportunities. So again, working with our partners, creating that capacity, that standardized approach, we feel would greatly enhance our ability to be successful and rapidly move things forward. Like I said, we've been doing a lot of planning work in the background. We've got a lot of projects already identified where we can engage. We just need the capacity to do that. The other thing I wanted to highlight in terms of coordination, and this ties back to a question that was raised during the April 1st conversation, is what does this all mean for other county departments and divisions? What kind of investments are needed? And so, as I mentioned back then, we are engaged with various departments, everything from planning and zoning, building and safety, roads and engineering, as well as public health. They're part of our partner efforts in this, working with open space. So we are doing a lot of talking and trying to identify what additional needs are, where we can create some of those efficiencies, and how can we support. And the goal really, more than anything in this program, is to be able to play some of that key coordinated and facilitative aspects from a countywide program. So if I know planning and zoning, we're going through all the regulatory components for building regulations and things like that. Well, if we build a county-wide home assessment program, we're gonna ensure that the standards that we employ are similar or the same as what planning and zoning needs to do from the regulatory side of it. And what that'll do is obviously help with our residents have a better understanding. There won't be two different standards that they have to meet. It'll create some more effectiveness in terms of being able to support one another in our efforts. But I do want to highlight the program that we're bringing forward in front of you guys, and the investments that would go into this is really focused more on that voluntary and mitigation component of it. Right from the regulatory standpoint, it's really better left to planning and zoning, building and safety. However, we're again speaking to the same standards. We'll be able to support one another, and so those are conversations that we're having. And as we move forward, if the investments are approved and we build this program out, those conversations will obviously continue. You'll hear following our presentation in terms of what they're thinking about. And it's everything not only from a staffing level, but we're also already talking about software applications. I know they're looking at their permitting system. Is there things we can do from our home assessment program that would support that would provide, that would create the data? And then through our data coordination efforts that we're building into our program, will we have a common data warehouse where we can both extract from that and create some of those efficiencies as well? So I just wanted to make sure that you guys are aware that we are having those conversations. There's working groups that have already been formed to make sure that we're addressing those issues, looking for those opportunities, and building that effectiveness where we possibly can. So with that, I am going to stop and see what the sheriff would like to add.
I'm not going to add to it. Brian's our expert in the field. He's got the certifications. He's put together the paperwork, the documents for you guys. So I'm going to leave it at that for the sake of time.
All right. You know, we've got questions and a couple comments. One, I just want to say that this has been a long time in coming, no question about it. And when I first served my first year during the board, on the Board of County Commissioners, we we pulled together that task force to begin to look at how we as a county could provide better leadership and coordinate all these efforts. And got a lot of excellent feedback. You know, the CWPP needed to be updated. We needed to redefine the WUI. We needed to look at increased mitigation grounded in science, which I will repeat every time I say the word mitigation, and so much more. And in talking to the fire chiefs, you know, Brian, your point about an earlier sort of scattershot approach, if there was really even capacity there to do it at all, was a huge highlight and a big concern. And I feel like finally we've gotten there thanks to the sheriff's leadership, your leadership, and the incredible team here today and others who are part of the department. In addition to our other divisions like Jeffco Open Space and our partners like Jefferson Conservation District and so many others. You read my mind, Brian, because I did have a Post-it note on the working groups and how we're thinking through those other needs. So for example, we know the WUI Code Board, or the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board, as it's officially called, is coming out with new minimum standards, which we think is a good thing. We'll meet and exceed some of those. Others will have to do a crosswalk and fill some serious gaps. But there will also be additional capacity, I think, needed for planning and zoning, which I think we're going to hear about, related to enforcement. And that enforcement is so key. If we're really going to have some teeth, we need to make sure that planning and zoning and the building department also has the support that it needs. And I really like what you're saying too about that coordinated effort, the home assessment piece that you touched on, making sure it reflects those regulations. The other piece I think about is, you know, Jeffco Open Space, you touched on slash, costs of biomass removal, all of those components. Road and bridge, are they part of that mitigation effort? Are there some additional costs in terms of capacity? Maybe it's covered by that mitigation team. And then is there any legal component that we need to think about too in terms of the CAO as we work through these issues together? So that's just more of a comment. And if there's anything more that you want to share on that front, I appreciate it, but you did acknowledge it as well in your comments. The second thing I just wanted to flag, and I appreciate you mentioning that this proposal does not have the grants for homeowners included. Just Saturday, and we hear this all the time, I know we all do. Are there grants for defensible space? Are there grants to remove those pesky juniper bushes we hear about all the time? In fact, a constituent at the Firewise event on Saturday brought that up. And what can our HOA do? You know, you've spoken with Susan as well about this issue. So I do think, and this is for our budget team as well, I really want to make sure that somewhere in the budget, as we think about this, we're either banking dollars or protecting dollars and funding for these grants, because we hear about this repeatedly and people cannot get their hands soon enough on these dollars to help because they really want to engage. And we've got community members who are ready to go, whether it's helping to clear rights away or their own community, as we saw on Saturday. We just really want to keep, I know I'm preaching to the choir, keep that momentum going. So I do think dollars for grants for homeowners is key and making sure that we're setting aside some dollars to do that. I recognize we need the capacity to get it out with that dedicated grant person and the team surrounding. It's part of it all, but I just wanted to flag that as well as being something I'd like for us to consider, just so we can start to share with the community. Here's kind of roughly what we're looking at, you know, as we get there. So I guess mostly comments for me. I don't know if you have any reactions, if not, any other commissioners.
Just a couple of quick things. So with the grants program, I've met extensively with Douglas County and Boulder County, who both have established and successful grant programs, to get an idea of kind of the scope and scale, what that looks like, what kind of investments that they're making. Yes. And similar to what I said, having the capacity, having the staff, the investment at a county level will give us matching funds and leverage for other efforts. If there's even seed money that is part of a county appropriation into a grant program, then as we go after other grants to expand that program, that would be important matching funds. So any kind of level of investment, I think, would be significant. And again, as we hire the staff and we develop these programs, it'll probably, you know, we're not going to come out of the gates totally running. We're going to have to build this program over time. So certainly there will be an opportunity for growth. You know, when I talk with our adjacent counties, the demand always exceeds, you know, what the investment's being made. And that's certainly going to apply in our case as well. But Yes, so that's why I just wanted to highlight that this didn't include that, but certainly that would be part of our plan. And then with like road and bridges and stuff like that, they're part of the Jeffco Wildfire Mitigation Working Group that we stood up this year. We have planning and zoning, we have building safety, we have public health, we have road and engineering, we have all of those departments part of that. And the goal really is to bring everybody together so we can have those collective conversations on what are we identifying that would be strategic? What is the capacity each of our partners or county departments can bring to the table? And really the goal ultimately with that working group is to develop a list of projects so that if we have 2 mitigation crews through the proposal that will be our prioritized list of projects that we're going to be going out and implementing. So it's really that collective speak. And we've talked with Road and Bridge about, you know, if they're looking at their 5-year program of work, where are they planning to do road maintenance? Can we get our crews out ahead of them to do some of that mitigation and then use their equipment to haul away the slash? So that's part of this, when I spoke to creating this program, providing that leadership to help coordinate and facilitate. That's really a key component really of what this program is all about, is to leverage the resources and those opportunities that exist.
I'll go to Commissioner Zenzinger and Kerr for any questions too, but just a quick follow-up. Just off the top of your head, what roughly are Dougco and Boulder investing in grant programs annually?
So Douglas County's at $500,000 right now. And Boulder County with their sales tax levy, they were around $1 million, but they were only offering it to residents on the west side of the county. And now they're looking to expand into the east side. So that program probably will likely have some growth, but there's also a lot of nuances. Is it a 50-50 match in terms of those grant? Do you target low income residents who maybe can get, 100% reimbursement? So there's different opportunities of whatever the capital investment is made in that program and how we're going to implement it. And I think that it also offers opportunities where as a homeowner, whether it's an HOA through a fire district, if they're applying for other mitigation grants, and then they can show this county as a match towards that, because a lot of those federal and state grants, you can't use, you can use a county and obviously a personal investment as match. That would also help leverage them and get additional funds as well. But scope and scale, that's roughly where those 2 counties are.
Great, thank you. Commissioners, any questions or comments this time?
I think it's a really big swing, but it's very appropriate. I like the phasing of it. In particular, if we start in 24 for the first phase, then given the dip in assessments in 27, we'll all be set up and prepared for that dip. And then if something unexpected were to happen, I think that it's appropriately structured so that we could scale back or phase in that 3rd phase over a longer period of time or smaller in scope. But I think it's really important that we create the infrastructure first and so that we are solidly positioned in order to position ourselves for other things down the road. So I really like that aspect of it. And I think it works well with the projections with the $1A. And I think it's something very tangible that I know, I'm the newbie, but when I was talking to voters in Jeffco, it was a top concern. And I think it's a very tangible infrastructure that people will appreciate, that is aligned with all of this planning that we've been doing over these last couple of years. So it's like, why bother doing the planning if you're not going to actually implement anything? So I think it's tough and it's a big decision, but this is literally the moment where we have to step up and start implementing. So.
And that was the key piece that came out of the task force as well, sustainable funding. And this is at least some component. We'd love to see more sustainable funding for this issue and many other things, but now those dollars are available to help build the capacity. And sadly, if there's any silver lining in what we're seeing at the federal level regarding
Forest Service positions and wildfire, even I heard on the news just yesterday, the National Training Center
Yeah.
for firefighters has been closed.
Yeah.
And, you can go do your training online. I know there's efforts to change
So
that.
scoop them
But-
up.
But the good news is that maybe we can find some great folks, as you've talked about, both of you, this period of time.
I'd say the one thing that I am disappointed in is the grant program, because again, that's another thing that I heard loud and clear from residents is a desire for that. And I hate being behind the ball with regard to Devco. If they've got something, I want to have. I want it, and I want it better and more.
It's the same thing with Boulder.
I know.
But I do want to put a note again for SPA on that grant issue and circle back to that maybe during our discussion. Because I agree with you. I think that is a really important component.
But but it makes sense. I mean, that would be my call too. Cause you gotta have the infrastructure, you gotta have the ability to address everything at a large scale, countywide, before you start doing individualized projects. That's just logical. It's what you gotta do in order to accommodate the most people in the county. So I get it. I would be interested. And by the way, it also kind of follows the chart that we have on the 1A dollars. Once we've built up the capacity and then we have that dip in the assessment rates, that does seem like a good year then to do some smaller grant programs, for citizens, because we're, steering the ship already. Sure.
Yeah, it's interesting that we're considering Jefferson County the Jan Brady of the front range, between Douglas County and Boulder. I digress. So the irony of us talking about wildfire, well, I can't even see South Table Mountain because there's so much moisture coming down right now. No, I agree with so many. I agree with everything both other commissioners have said, so I'm not going to repeat everything. I do have a question for Brian, and this came up on Saturday. What's the name of the West Metro Fire Mitigation Officer?
Was it Tom Welling?
Yes, Tom Welling. So when Tom Welling was introduced, they said that he is by far the most credentialed fire prevention, fire mitigation person in Jefferson County, if not Colorado. And yet I've heard the same about you, Brian. So, and so, yes, funny. So please defend yourself. But also, I'm just kind of wondering, and also in light of hearing about these cuts at the federal level that, as we're talking about 37 positions being created, and we want highly qualified people, obviously, to do this work here in Jefferson County. Can you give just a little context on the credentialing piece between you and Tom? And
I can. So Tom's career has been primarily focused working with homeowners, home hardening, the defensible space, those kinds of programs, right? My background was more at the federal level, so I was looking at landscape fuel mitigation. So large scale vegetation or strategic vegetation type work. Clearly, the work that I've done my entire career is tied to protecting communities, but not so much at the home level. Tom's got a lot of expertise and qualifications specific to that. In defending myself, from a wildland fire qualification standpoint, in Jefferson County, I probably have more qualifications than anybody else in any of the fire districts. I don't think anybody would argue with that after a 30-year career. I'm incident commander qualified, operations section chief complex. I go out on national incident management teams. So from that perspective, as well as prescribed fire, I am the only burn boss type 2 qualified person in the county. So for doing broadcast burning, I'm it right now in the county in terms of being able to lead and manage those projects. So different skill sets, highly value his input and his qualifications. Mine are a little bit different. And at the federal level, we've spoken briefly about this in the past. I am getting calls weekly from people that are looking to exit the federal government right now. People that, to become a burn boss, it takes 16 years to get that qualification, right? So if we hire an entry-level person, it's going to take time and investment to get those qualifications. Right now, sadly, we have this unique opportunity that people that already have those qualifications are asking me when we're going to start hiring or if we're going to start hiring. So there is a very highly qualified applicant pool. And I guess that ties to my closing comment that I just wanted to loop back to. So yes, we broke this out into 3 phases because it is a big ask. When we talk about staffing, number of positions, capital investment, operational costs, and everything else. But we are really here asking for all 3 phases out of the gate. We are prepared for that. And I will tell you, building this will give us a really solid program countywide, and we will make a lot of progress, but we will not fully meet the demands with this program as it exists, right? There's just more work to be done out there. But this program will also build a good, solid core, allow us to work with our partners, leverage resources. We will not stop pursuing additional grant dollars and seeing if we can get additional funding to expand upon the work that this program will be able to support. As an example, the roadside treatment stuff, our CWPP, identified over 240 miles of either extreme, very high, or high priority road segments in the county. If you do a 150-foot buffer either side of the road, that's kind of a standard fuel break thing. You're looking at 7,500 acres just doing roadside treatments. Our 2 crews might bang out a couple of thousand acres over a 5-year period. So just to talk about the scale of what the need is, but this program will give us the expertise and be able to leverage the work that our partners are doing, go after additional grant dollars, and hopefully even do more than what this investment will result in.
Well, we want to thank you both so much for being here, walking us through that. Thanks so much, Sheriff. Thanks, Brian. Thanks to your team who's here as well. We really appreciate it. More to come.
And for the record, I very much appreciate that we have both Brian and Tom here in Denver.
Great. Agreed. All right, next up, we have oh, yes, go ahead.
Yeah, I just wanted to make a brief comment. So commissioners, this is the second time you've heard this presentation during wildfire. And it was our plan today to circle back to you at the end of our time today to get crystal clear direction from you as to move forward with phase 1, phase 2, for all 3 phases. So this is one question we are asking you to give us direction on before we move here today.
You bet, we got it.
Thank you.
Thank you, Joe, for reminding us. All right, next up, we've got our development and transportation team. Why don't we do introductions first?
Absolutely. My name is Abel Montoya. I'm the Director of Development and Transportation for Jefferson County.
I'm Heather Gutherless. I am the Long Range Planning Supervisor for Jefferson County Planning and Zoning.
Rita Van Horn, I'm the Building Safety Director for Jefferson County.
I'm Chris O'Keefe. I'm the Planning and Zoning Director.
Good to see you all.
And thank you, commissioners. This is the second half of the wildfire conversation. So I want to thank you for the opportunity to share some of the exciting things that we've been working on and some concepts that we've been planning out. I also want to recognize the Sheriff's Office and their outstanding vision for wildfire programming in the county, and then also recognize their collaboration efforts with us as well. And so today, we're going to talk a little bit about our current department wildfire programs, just so that everybody is aware of those and how any new elements might tie into those or complement those. We're also going to talk about comments that we sent to the state in regard to the Wildfire Resiliency Code Board regulations, because that fits into this as well. And then we'll touch on right-of-way mitigation that we heard just a little bit about previously. And then the request for some of our use of 1A dollars, we're going to detail more specifically. I do want to comment on a couple of things and highlight them. As you're aware, and was discussed, we have several entities that have wildfire regulations that are out there. You know, we have the county building hardening rules. We have our Appendix Z, we have defensible space requirements, we have the wildfire prepared program elements, and then some of our neighborhood groups in the mountain communities also have some volunteer activities that they utilize for wildfire mitigation. And then we have our Together Jeffco effort, which is aimed to kind of pull all these things together and understand each of the unique disciplines to make sure our policies and regulations complement the work going forward. And that included recommendations from the Community Wildfire Planning Center that was paid for through COSWAP in coordination with our fire districts that outlined some areas of regulatory change that we ought to pursue. And as you know, we're updating our development standards and regulations to pull in some of those policies that we've been working on and heard so much about on wildfire. So today you'll hear things like dollars to hire a consultant that has fire expertise to draft those regulations that take into consideration all of those different perspectives from different parties to make sure we have one code that can apply both for building applications or land use applications, but also those that might apply to voluntary programs that you heard about from the sheriff's office, all of which take a little bit of time to put together and formulate. Last part I want to make before I turn it over to Brita for the detailed presentation and highlights is to describe the collaboration we've had with the sheriff's office, our Parks and Open Space Division, and many others, including our fire department, where we have a monthly standing meeting to talk about wildfire policies and regulations. And then we also have a subcommittee that's been meeting to talk through different regulatory elements that we ought to consider as we move forward. So we'll highlight that just a bit as well. And so Brita, it's all yours.
Thank you. Good morning. I think it's still morning. Nice to be here in front of you and provide this information. So just wanted to go over and some of these were actually being newer to the county, were even a little bit new to me. So this is good information about our current programming. So, and many of these things we've talked about before. We do in D&T, we have programs that relate to structural hardening. Currently, we've had a wildfire hardening and defensible space program for several years now. And that's been actually a really good program covering a good part of the county. And we have that through our Appendix Z in the building code adoption, or the building code that we've adopted here at the county. Building safety is responsible for doing the structural hardening inspections. Defensible space also is regulated here at the county. We currently are following the Colorado State Forestry guidelines for defensible space. That is actually managed through the zoning regulations, and planning and zoning is does defensible space regulations here at the county.
I'm sorry, if we could pause for just a second. Jeannie, there's a presentation on this part.
Yeah, that's what I'm just.
Might be helpful with some of the graphics.
Wait,
32.
32.
Just there we go.
Up one, please.
I
Thank you.
thought,
Thank you, Jeannie.
yeah, it's like, we'll go slow and maybe somebody will say, go ahead.
So, structural hardening, defensible space, obviously, those are common terms we're hearing a lot now in the regulatory side of things. We also have, we do work with fire suppression ponds throughout the county. We have existing fire suppression ponds, and also if there's other developments that come in and have ponds and other structures for fire suppression, planning and zoning folks are working on those. Pat, who's our geologist, is our primary contact. There's a significant amount of coordination with Division of Water Resources and also the fire protection districts that goes along with fire suppression pond management. And then also our road and bridge department is involved in roadside mitigation. They do currently have a program to enter into MOUs with fire districts. Currently, they have one MOU with Evergreen Fire. And so they work together to provide access to right-of-way through those MOUs for mitigation work that fire districts are doing. We'll talk a little bit more about that later as well. So it's been mentioned a few times today. If you go to the next slide, are some internal committees that we have that are focused and working together on wildfire issues. So we have Wildfire Committee, Bill mentioned it, Brian also mentioned it. made up of a variety of people from different departments throughout the county, open space, the sheriff's department, obviously, and planning and zoning and others in D&T. And then from that committee, that regulation subcommittee, who's specifically focused on looking at the current activities going on at the state level as far as regulation changes and how we might implement those here at the county. That group is expanded to include people from the fire districts, obviously the attorney's office, and the Community Wildfire Planning Center folks have been giving us some input on that as well. This list is actually expanding a little bit because we are with the governing bodies, as it's mentioned in the state law, we are going to be working very closely with the fire protection districts on any new regulation implementation one way or the other. So that's, we have quite a few fire districts who are participating in that regulation subcommittee. I'll also mention that this group will be bringing any kind of suggestions on regulations back to the bigger group and others throughout the county for their review. So it's not in a vacuum that this group is working and looking at regulations. So there are a lot of things that are currently in the works, we'll just call it for lack of a better term. So the State Wildfire Resiliency Code Board is working on the draft wildfire resiliency code at the state level. That will be the minimum requirements across the state. And governing bodies will need to adopt a code that is not less restrictive than that code once it's published. It's in the final draft stage. In fact, public hearings are happening. The last one is this Friday. And then they will have, as of the end of Friday, they will have a final draft of that code, and then they will go then into the rulemaking process. That code will be effective July 1st by statute. So pending the outcome of Senate Bill 25-142, which are proposing the changes, and Commissioner Dahlkemper was speaking to it earlier at your formal meeting this morning. That actually passed the third reading at the House, and so it looks like that has a good chance of being approved, hopefully, and that will provide us with an extension on the adoption and implementation of our local changes to our regulations. And so we were under a sort of two-prong approach to regulations. One would be a requirement that we adopted a new code by October 1st. Hopefully that will get pushed out, and now we will have until April 1st to update our regulations here at the county and have that available. So with the October adoption, the drafting subcommittee really has an interim plan to do using internal staff to draft regulations to meet the state requirements in that short period of time internally, and get that adopted to meet that state requirement. That was our original plan, but I think with the extension, we are likely going to be able to go with the April option, which gives us time to do a few things. So we are hoping with that April deadline to now be able to more fully coordinate all of our regulations together. So currently we have the Together Jeffco project that's actively happening. We have the ULEP process that's happening. We really feel like it's an opportunity to take the CWPP and the technical recommendations that we have and really fully review them and make sure they're fully integrated into all of our regulations. This would also allow us to integrate them fully into the Appendix C or whatever regulations related to structural hardening as well. But the coordination is really an opportunity for us to do that, because we really need some additional technical assistance on that. We are proposing a supplement to hire a consultant to help us with that work and really fully vet all of the plans and current regulatory activity we have going on and make sure that it's all well thought through and seamless, essentially. So you'll see in our proposals that we have $100,000 proposed for that additional assistance to help us with those regulations. I'll also mention that there's a component of either option where we will need to work tightly with the fire districts in creating MOUs so that we can help and assist in continuing the enforcement of our wildfire regulations through our county departments, hopefully in a similar way that we have now. And that's the wish of the fire districts as well.
Rita, may I just ask a quick follow-up question? So do we have the costs that are affiliated with that additional work for the county attorney's office also embedded?
No, we do
No.
not.
So we have costs only associated with consultant work, software integration, and staffing on the D&T side. But we do recognize and highlight staffing needs on a variety of fronts, but on wildfire, it could be county attorney. On the road and bridge side, it could be others in procurement and so forth. So that's part of our second presentation during the 1A discussion later today.
Great, I do see county attorney on the list. I'm assuming that any costs related to building codes and all these other components will be part of what you share with us, or you can touch on it.
So we do recognize county attorney help in these
We
things.
had asked about the county attorney's role, and as we're just thinking through all these different costs that are coming with these new regulations, including review, I mean, just the time, Rita, I think that I spent with you and Kathy as we were preparing testimony on before the legislative committee and the WUI Code Board. So I know a lot more to come on that front. Okay.
You can go to the next slide. So in your information, you were provided the larger version of these, but essentially on the left is a summary of our current wildfire regulations here in Jefferson County, and on the right you'll see it's a draft of the draft state code, essentially the regulations. There are some things that are we currently have that are more restrictive. We regulate all accessory buildings that are permitted are regulated for defensible space and structural hardening, regardless of where they fall on the lot. There's a couple of exceptions to that for small accessory building next to single family home, for example, and then also some agricultural buildings such as tough sheds, or not tough sheds, loafing sheds and things of that nature.
She sheds.
Well, she sheds, no, they would be, if they're a certain size, we regulate them. So the state code, for example, is less restrictive in some ways because if you are 50 feet away, they do not have structural hardening or defensible space. So there's an example of where our regulations are currently actually more restrictive in some ways in the state. We have some things that are less restrictive, such as we don't currently regulate for wildfire fences and retaining walls and other structures that are now required to be regulated through the state code. And so there's differences. We have one WUI zone, the state has two zones. There's a requirement that the state has for 3-year assessments to maintain wildfire and in a regulatory capacity. And so that's a significant difference and factor when we look at how this is going to impact our staffing needs and things like that we're anticipating. Next slide as well. So another component really is the expansion of the WUI area. And so what you're looking at here on this map is actually our CWPP map. There's also a state map that's in a draft form. So just looking at the state map, we anticipate that the size of the WUI area, if you look at it by number of parcels, is going to double. And it will be more than that if we actually implement regulatory requirements for all of our CWPP map areas. We may not, we may look at having educational or advisory components for some of the CWPP area, but that's yet to be determined. That's also a factor in why we really need this additional assistance to help us sort through all of that, because it's very complex. How we apply regulatory requirements, how we apply voluntary requirements across the CWPP defined areas. In implementing the regulatory portion of it, in our internal discussions, we recognize that we will need some additional assistance for the regulatory portion. So in our 1A requests, we are actually estimating that we'll need 2 plans examiners for additional review of proposals that come in for permitting, 2 additional building inspectors to do additional inspections related to home hardening, and then additional code enforcement staff, code enforcement officers, zoning inspectors. We may yet to be determined exactly what title they might have, but folks that can help with complaints, we expect that will increase. Also, potentially compliance with the 3-year program, 3-year maintenance program, and additional outreach that we expect we will see from the public as this wildfire area expands and people who weren't previously in a wildfire area will be subject to regulatory requirements of the wildfire area. So in addition to that, we also recognize that because of the state code and meeting the minimum requirements, we will have to make changes to our technology. So we currently have the Amanda system. We know we'll have to add different permit types and track them. We'll have to track some regulatory 3-year cycles on things. And so we're going to need to use a computer system to do that. Amanda would be the logical choice for now. Certainly changes in technology, I know Brian mentioned earlier, looking at ways to track mitigation. So we're fighting to work together to figure out what technology long-term might be a solution to help us track this. But for now, Amanda will need to have some modifications made to it. So you'll see again later on when you're talking specifically about our proposals that there are 1A funding requests for each of these things. These are, as Brian mentioned earlier, when it comes to the regulatory component, they're in addition to what the sheriff's office is proposing in this regard. So go ahead and go to the next slide if you would please. So talking about wildfire mitigation in the right of way. So I mentioned earlier that our Road and Bridge Department enters into MOUs, fire protection districts. The work that they are doing it varies, but essentially the fire districts are doing mitigation work on private property and then moving into the right of way adjacent to that to do mitigation work as part of these MOUs. Ongoing, we know that to help mitigate all of our highest priority areas, which you see on the map there, that's from our CWPP. That is the 240 plus miles of roadway that are high priority for mitigation. In discussions with the Sheriff's Department and others, we know that there are costs for mitigation specifically in the right of way that are not currently covered with funding. So some of those things include survey work. We did a quick estimate. If we needed to survey all of that land, all of the land in the right of way, it would be about, we think about $2 million just for survey work, which isn't covered in any of the other requests that you've seen. So we do have 1A proposal for $2.5 million to help cover the right of way mitigation work that we know needs to be done that's not being covered in other areas.
And Brita, I'm sorry, was that one ongoing?
It is
Ongoing,
listed as
2.5,
ongoing.
right? Cheers.
Yes. Aside from survey work, there are other items that we believe will need some supplemental work. And we can also use this to help support other programs in other areas that relate to the right-of-way mitigation as well. So you can go ahead and the next slide. You'll see a summary here of the proposals that you will also see in the future 1A items. So just a summary again, it's a one-time $100,000 for a consultant to assist with regulation drafting and coordination with our other drafting of regulations that's happening currently. The 6 staff for implementation of wildfire regulations that I spoke to earlier, the $65,000 as a one-time charge for Amanda changes, and then the $2.5 million for wildfire mitigation survey work, supporting other programs, and things like that as well. And that's.
I'd like to add one part. Thursday, we all received our packet, so we were very interested in reading through it and seeing some of the recommendations and highlights from other divisions, departments, and offices. And based on the material we saw on Thursday and presentations today, we think that $2.5 million that's earmarked for wildfire discussions can actually be a little bit more varied. So, obviously there are going to be instances where survey work is required because we're only doing work in the right of way and not also on private property. And so in those cases, we need to make sure that we're not infringing or impeding on private property are causing damage to private property, and thus the survey work would be required. So we do think that some seed money should be available for that. We've also talked with the sheriff's office, and there's some complementary work that we can coordinate on, which would require some funding to do that with them in advance of some roadway construction projects or as needed, depending on the circumstance. But the 2.5 million may be too much for that allocation on a yearly basis. And so what we're proposing is that a portion of those dollars be utilized for flood related issues. And so there's about $1.8 million of flood related components that have been submitted. Those include things like retaining our stormwater inspector, which is a requirement for our MS4 permit for water quality and quantity concerns. There's fines that are imposed by the federal government and possibly the state if we do not have that position that does the work that they do. Also, there's some Mile High Flood District work and some non-Mile High Flood District work and studies that need to be completed, which would total about 1.8 million. That would leave about $700,000 available for additional wildfire mitigation work, such as that surveying and other complementary work that would help the sheriff's office as well. And so today we also heard some micro grant opportunities that may be in the future funding requests. I think that earmarked 2.5 million can also be discussed for use of that sooner rather than later. Obviously, we have to make sure that we have a regulatory framework set up so that people know what mitigation that they're performing would actually carry forward in the regulatory environment, so they wouldn't have to do double work or extra work later on. And so those are all part of our considerations and things we wanted to share with you here today as well.
I think I'll just jump in with a really quick comment if that's all right. I think one thing that might be helpful is to have an addendum that spells out in a little bit more detail, just as you've done here in your closing comments, what that 2.5 goes toward, because you mentioned the flexibility in terms of the survey work and possibly looking at flood control and or mitigation work and more. So maybe in the next iteration, we could kind of unpack that a little bit further. It's one of the questions I was going to ask, but I wanted to defer first to Commissioner Zenzinger and Kerr is about the high cost of survey work and what that entails. But let me just hold on that and ask Commissioner Kerr and Zenzinger if you have any questions or comments.
Yeah, and this goes back to the previous presentation too. And I'm sure this has a big, long, intricate answer to it, but kind of what I'm interested in on the fire mitigation work, there are and there will be places where your team and the sheriff's team are going to be working next to each other, and or there will be some overlap. And of course, ideally, we will have bright lines drawn where their resources, their people resources and everything else will go up to the line on their side, your people resources, everything. And we all know our world, I would imagine, especially in work like this, there aren't those bright lines. It's gray areas in there. I'm sure you already do this. So you mentioned Mile High Flood District and working with them, and so you already do this in a variety of ways. But what are some high level ideas of when you're in this gray area? You come into a project, you come into an area where both teams are either planning to work on the same area or that there might be a gap that nobody's working on. How do we plan for that?
So annually, our team puts together a work program. So we call it our CIP, our Capital Improvement Plan. We would be identifying which roadway systems or bridges we would be working on or other structures. And we have a timeline in which we start those programs. If there were any wildfire mitigation work that was contemplated there for some reason or another, based on the studies we've completed, like the CWPP or other documents, or even requests from the community, we would be coordinating that with the sheriff's office to align the work plans with their work plans to see where there might be gaps or complementary work or duplication, and then make the decisions on who would take action first or second or not at all, depending on where we are with those work plans.
Thank you.
Another thought too, in relation to the enforcement of like defensible space and the overlap and with wildfire task force, we've been talking about this for years, how the wildfire prepared program and what we do for a defensible space are different. Well, we're looking to get those requirements to be similar. Rita mentioned there's a 3-year certification that we're going to be required to do. Brian Keating talked about that they're going to do that on a voluntary basis, but we think there's a great opportunity here for people who've done it voluntarily, for that to be credit towards what we would require them to do ultimately. So where there are overlaps, I think there's great opportunities for efficiency too. I think we're going to take it do our future planning.
Yeah, I completely agree with that. That's why I know we keep circling back to the working group and the work that you're doing to identify that overlap, making sure it's as efficient as possible. And certainly what's been outlined in terms of staffing reflects that this is no small lift. It's not. And, you know, we were able to put in place some defensible space regs and building regs and more, but this takes it to a whole new level. Which was great that we're able to do that early on, even with sort of a thin, well, with not as much capacity as we hoped we could have. And I'm sure many other departments would say the same thing as we talk about related issues. Commissioner Sansier?
Yeah, I have a couple of questions. So I'm having a difficult time parsing out what is regular budget request versus what is 1A budget request in this. I thought it was separate, and then we get to the end and it was like, oh, wait, no, it's all the same thing. I don't know.
It's all
not-
1A.
It's all 1A.
It's all 1A. So this is just 1A. Okay. So then a couple of questions related to that. In the SPA review, it says support but with concerns. So what are the concerns?
I think that might have been done when this presentation was initially part of another, and we maybe had the same confusion of whether it was just 1A or if it would be other, and whether it would be separate from this whole discussion in the work session. And the concern, there have been some other items like that where we've said, we just want to make sure that all of these funding considerations take into account. So.
Okay. So then what would be helpful then, I guess, would be the total amount. How much of that total amount is one time, broken out by how much of that is ongoing? So that since it's a 1A proposal, we can compare it with the others. For the implementation portion of it, it says 6 staff. How many FTEs do you have now? Focused on this specifically, I guess.
So we have 0 focused on this specifically.
Okay,
And so right now, based on our current workload, our plate is full. So any additional work whatsoever would require FTEs. When we start looking at the expansion of the WUI and the area that we're talking about, if we're talking about enhanced education and possible grants to help with mitigation efforts, we know we're going to get a lot more folks that are coming in either voluntarily or as required by code to get permits. And we need both the plans examiners, the building inspectors, and the enforcement side to be in place to handle that additional workload.
and I totally understand why we would need the staffing for the implementation. Why ongoing post-implementation?
If I
So this
understand,
is ongoing, which means it's gonna be wrapped up into the budget forever.
correct.
And so why 6 staff post-implementation?
I'll just briefly say one thing. We have about 40,000 homes in our mountain community right now, and several tens of thousands more in the expanded WUI area. So the work that would need to take place doesn't happen in 1 or 2 year cycles. It could be 25 or 30 years or more before we're able to implement and permit all of the necessary improvements that need to be made. And here's just one example. Right now, changes in building structure or property is only needed when you ask for a permit. Well, that doesn't just happen all at once. It happens as people turn over their homes or make additions to homes or repairs and things of that nature. So it'd be an ongoing additional workload for the county. Brita, do you want to add more to that?
And that's it really. The regulatory component of the expanded WUI, the permits happen forever. And so we'll be continuing to get permits forever that we have to regulate for WUI that we're not currently regulating for WUI. And so that it just is a continuous cycle, and it will grow and grow the number of 3-year reviews that we need to do as more people come in and get more permits. And so, it will be permitting and the regulatory component, because we have to verify it on a 3-year basis, will just continue to grow and grow. Therefore, we'll need more staff to do that. And admittedly, the 6, we're still waiting for the regulations to really lay out, to figure out exactly how much that's going to impact us, but that's our best estimate at this time. And, we may ramp up to that number. It may have to fluctuate a little bit, and maybe even bigger than we expect.
And I do want to answer one other question you mentioned, which is one time versus ongoing. It's 165,000 one time. That's 100,000 for the consultant to help with the regulations and 65,000 for the Amanda upgrade and integration.
So then that's how much ongoing?
So that would be out of the 2.5 million, that's about 2.3 million rounded.
Oh, the 2.5 is the total?
Yes.
I thought it
No,
was,
no.
no.
It's 2.5 and
Oh,
600.
sorry.
So it's 3, yeah. It's 3.1 ongoing, I
It's
think.
just to interject, there's a slide, which is the very next slide, page
Well, it's
40.
3.
If you look at page 40, and on that particular slide, no other page, I think it shows exactly what you're looking for.
Yeah.
Commissioner, I did a quick subtotal of just the wildfire items under D&T in that first thing, and it adds up to 3.275 tonight.
Right. That I got.
Okay. And then 3.275.
Yep.
And then so then Rita, you said that there's a lot.
Excuse me, it's 3.265.
Did I miss one?
That's what I had too. I had 6.5.
I might have missed.
But it's in that ballpark. It's
Okay.
close. It's close. And then I'm just gonna watch our time too, but I want Commissioner Zenzinger to get her questions in.
What's a couple thousand? So Rita, you said that there's a lot in the works, and that's for sure, right? What I'm wondering is what's kind of on the back burner, so to speak, that you anticipate could be in addition to what we're already doing? Because I kind of see what's ahead, the work ahead is pretty comprehensive, and I can't imagine there being other areas of regulation or policy that are not being worked on right now that we might need to anticipate, but I don't live in that world, so I don't actually know. Right now, these are huge lifts, and these are pretty comprehensive regarding, the world of regulation and code. So is there something else out there that has been pushed off because we're not ready, or is just kind of like simmering there that could potentially be added to our plate in the future?
From a wildfire perspective only?
Correct. Yeah.
I know that the State Wildfire Board, who's creating these regulations, is already talking about the next iteration. And they also have been having conversations about how far the WUI expands into the metro area and the science behind that. So I'm not speculating that that's going to be significantly changed, but that is
Yeah.
something that may change
Okay.
in the next iteration of the state code, which would then be rolled out to all the governing bodies. That's a bit of speculation though.
Okay, and then related to that, are there other areas of planning and code work that is also simmering that would more or less be in competition with our staffing resources in other areas of the P&Z?
So I would generally say, as the state continues to create requirements for local government, we can anticipate there to be more demand of, and different kinds. We can't anticipate exactly what that's going to be, but that's been the trend. We do know, for example, that, some of our housing requirements are going to have a huge demand on us, and we're just starting to think about that and put staff in motion, and that's a shared employee with Human Services and P&Z. both on housing policy and expediting review. But we also know, like House Bill 1313, with the 40 units per acre on average, which can add substantial number of units in unincorporated Jeffco. That could be additional demand from permit review, especially if it qualifies for Proposition 123, 50% or more for affordable housing. Right now, we're not staffed to meet that workload for expedited review, but we've started with one joint position. We also have some electrical code upgrades and other general building code upgrades that we'll be conducting here relatively soon that may require some additional consideration that we're still thinking through. And then I know Chris's team in general, has some need in regard to long range planning when it comes to strategic planning with water resources, and then updating our 8 different sub-area plans, hopefully within the next 5 years to comply with some of the Jeffco requirements. So we have a lot of things that are on the back burner that we know are going to demand our time and resources.
Yeah. And then my last question is, to what degree would the updates to the wildfire code integrate with the update that we're doing on the ULUC?
It would integrate completely. So right now Brownstein is working on the ULUC. So we would go out, to solicit somebody to help us with the code that has the necessary scientific expertise for wildfire matters. And then also coordinate with Brownstein as necessary. Brownstein, we're hoping will be complete next summer. So we would have enough time to hopefully get a consultant on board to integrate as necessary.
Thank you.
Great. Thank you all. We're going to wrap up here. We appreciate so much your input. Thanks for being here. And I would like to ask commissioners, I'd like to suggest we keep moving and then break as we typically do for about 10-15 minutes around noon. So folks can grab lunch and then we'll continue with a working lunch, if that's all right with everyone. Okay.
Commissioner, if I may, just a couple of points of clarification or procedure. As we already mentioned, we have that summary document, but we're going to have some of the internal service departments in their presentations talk about some of the impacts that these requests have on their needs. You're going to hear from HR, you're going to hear from SIF, et cetera. So some of that will be picked up there a little bit. And also I wanted to have Kim talk a little bit about what you just heard from D&T on their wildfire presentation.
Yeah, so just one clarification, when the 1A funding memos were submitted, then Carrie Markle and I went through and reviewed them for acceptable use for 1A funding. That particular memo that was submitted in the packet was not one of the 1A memos. There were a bunch of individual memos instead. This particular memo was pulled from a prior briefing. So it indicates that Kathy Parker did the legal review on it. That legal review was not for purposes of 1A. So I don't want anyone to think that that briefing memo that was just presented was reviewed for 1A uses, because it wasn't. So as we go forward with any of these specific, whatever you authorize, we will be doing that cross-check, since the 1A funding memos that we reviewed was not what was put in the packet. Does that make sense? So I just wanted to clarify that, because there are a number of these that just don't have attorney review, and then the number of ones that will say that we were able to get through that says acceptable use, and it'll either be myself or Carrie Markle's name and date, and it'll identify what bucket of 1A money this is an appropriate use.
I think that's thank you for sharing that with us. And I also think as the commissioners are reviewing these requests, we have to think very clearly, as we know, about whether this fits in with voters' intended use of 1A dollars. And I know there may be some questions that come up about some of the things that we've been looking at in these binders over the weekend or in preparation for today, and whether they do in fact fit under 1A funding. So I just want to put that out there as well. Let's keep moving forward. We have business innovation and technology up next. And I know we've got our timer up, so this just looks like it could be a bit of a lightning round here coming up. Good to see you, Andy, if you wouldn't mind introducing yourself.
Andy Corbett, I'm the Chief Information Officer.
Great, thanks for being here.
Okay, so I'm here to talk about a request for 2 positions for bid for cybersecurity. And to your last point, Commissioner Del Kemper, you may be thinking, well, what are we talking cybersecurity for here with infrastructure? And I'm keying in on the statement in the ballot language that says, and other county infrastructure. And so I provided some resources. There is a long history of the federal government funding cybersecurity as part of infrastructure and considering cybersecurity and information technology as critical infrastructure, including the Infrastructure Jobs Act from the Biden administration recently. Additionally, the state of Colorado has adopted the same definition of critical infrastructure, which includes information technology and cybersecurity. And so that's where I'm coming from with this request. To take a quick step back and tell you about our current program, we have 2 cybersecurity staff, and those are staff that we have carved out from other operations over time. Most organizations our size would have 3 to 5 times that many cybersecurity staff. And the reason we've been able to operate so leanly is through partnerships and pulling in other IT staff to do some of that work. Now, what's changed is we've had a large increase in the number of cybersecurity incidents and events that we're experiencing. So incidents are small, someone clicking on an email. Event is something larger. If you look at something like someone just clicking on an email, we might need to spend 5 to 10 hours of research on that, figuring out what was clicked on, who else received the email, did anyone else click on it, what has it done, what's it done to the computer, what's it done to that person's account, and that takes a lot of research. We had an event this year that we spent over 200 hours researching, and when we have such a small staff, when they're doing that work, there's nobody to do the rest of the monitoring and look at the other things we need to be monitoring to keep the county safe. The other piece is with that increase in incidents, we've kind of reached the limitations of our ability to pull in other staff from BIT to help out. And we really need people who are experts and trained on forensics and doing log analysis and things like that. So that's the first piece that's changed. The other piece is the partnerships. And I mentioned this in the paper. Unfortunately, earlier this year, the federal government cut 2 groups that we used heavily. One was the election security group, and the other was just a general state and local cybersecurity resource. We would send them things like malicious files. They would analyze them, tell us what they were trying to do, tell us about the group behind that file and what they're trying to do and how we can protect ourselves. And so they really provided some great resources that the government said was redundant, yet they don't actually exist anywhere else. So we've lost that resource. So what we're looking for here is 2 positions. One would be an analyst position, and that's somebody who can be hands-on, who can do some of that log analysis, who can do some of that monitoring for us. The other would be a manager position, which is someone who can help coordinate the incident response as well as the rest of the cybersecurity activities. Let me stop there. Can I answer any questions for you on this one? Yes.
Not a question, but a comment. I actually see this not just in the transportation and infrastructure area, but also transcending into the public safety area, because we're literally responding to attacks. And it doesn't, and we're responding to them and we're trying to prevent future attacks. So I see this as being twofold.
I agree, and I sort of chose a path. I think there's a case to be made on that side as well, especially when you're talking about protecting citizen data.
Yeah.
Things like that that are critical.
Yeah. And our own data.
Right,
I mean,
right,
our own ability
Yeah,
to, yeah. And when you think about the ransomware and the malware and all of the attacks that we could have been a part of, but thankfully we're not. I just see this as a pretty critical investment.
Andy, do you have the second item as well?
I do. Yes, the second item is really just a placeholder that's put in for ongoing costs if we add headcount through other choices. There's subscription services for software and things like that that are included as part of that. So,
An example of what I was referencing, internal service departments, depending on the other request put forth, if there's new staffing, it'll drive costs for those groups.
No, we understand completely. Yeah, it has a yeah, it has a domino effect. I'm going to try to keep us on time as closely as possible. Commissioner Kerr, do you have any questions or comments on this one?
Time's up, so I'm.
Okay. Because this whole side of the table keeps giving me looks. Thank you, by the way.
nicest way.
Yes, absolutely, absolutely. And I know some of these things we're gonna have more in-depth questions about too, so we'll go a little bit longer in some pieces. Thanks, Andy.
Thank you.
Really appreciate it. Thanks for being here. Next up, we have Dr. Annette Cannon, our coroner. No, actually, I take that back. We have Human Services. Human Resources. It's in it.
Gonna land on it eventually.
I apologize. I was going in the order of what I have in the binder here, so, and I should have been following my list,
That's
so.
the worst I was following too.
Oh.
Yeah.
Jennifer Fairweather. So
So
we have Human Resources next is on the agenda. So we're gonna go by the agenda, which is where I should have begun. So
No,
my
I'm
apologies.
following the binder too.
It's wonderful to see you.
Thank you.
So what page is that?
I don't, let me tell you. Hold on one second. It's page 49. Nope, that's the corner. Hold on. Hold on. I found it earlier. Here it is. I think it's page 97, Human Resources Support. CHRO, is that what we're focused on? I might ask Sarah to put tabs in these for us. That would help. I started doing the Post-its and then I gave up.
Yeah, 96.
All set. Welcome. Good to see you.
Good morning.
Good morning.
Good morning, Jennifer Fairweather, Chief Human Resources Officer. So similar to BID, this really is a reminder of the need to increase or decrease human resources services as the county increases or reduces in staff. We are playing a bit of catch up with this process, but we do have a formula that calculates our need by FTE and for specific departments and offices. And we just started that process a year ago. One thing to note is during our last survey, HR had one of the lowest workload scores. So I recognize that our staff are carrying a burden as the county has grown and we haven't implemented this formula. But based on the FTE requests that are in place today, if all of those were to be approved, that would be about 1 FTE for human resources. I want to mention that doesn't include things like tuition reimbursement. That's a bucket of money we have to cover those if we have to keep a pulse on that and see if we're able to meet the needs of a growing workforce if that were to grow. Things like our service awards and our training program as well. We want to just monitor those funds to make sure it can keep up with demand if we have more employees coming into the county. Separate from 1A, just want to let you know for 2026, we are planning to request an additional resource in our compensation program. We may have some funds to help with that. This relates to the job profiles we have. They've grown from 500 to over 800 over the past 10 years. And departments are continuing to need to create new jobs, restructure. We have collective bargaining support and department requests for comp studies, as well as all of the FTEs you see in this request today. Those would all fall on our one compensation person to create and price out. I also want to mention, unrelated to formal HR metrics, but related to the county overall, we still have staff in equity, diversity, and inclusion who will be losing funding. And this relates to things like language access, our equitable look at our county processes, as well as community engagement support. And finally, there could be a potential for departments and offices to request $1A to provide better support to fund their employees in a way for a more aggressive compensation approach. And as a reminder, just because of the connectedness in our pay plan, that may require a look at our overall compensation philosophy and resources for all employees in the county. And that's what I have today. Are there any questions?
Any questions for Jennifer? Thank you very much. Appreciate it. Good to see you. Next up, we've got Strategy, Innovation, and Finance.
Good morning. We're still in morning
Good
right now.
morning. I'm Mary.
So similar to Andy and Jennifer, I'm here to request a couple of positions, two buyers, one buyer one and a buyer two for the procurement team. And we do have, as Dan mentioned a few minutes ago, we have a number of our support departments who will be bringing these type of requests forward.
It's on page 189.
189, I'm sorry, I meant to lead with that because I just looked it up.
And Mary, would you just share with us real quick your title?
Oh, sure, I'm sorry. That's Mary O'Neill, Director of Grants and Procurement for the county. I'll let you catch up there.
It's not on 189.
189 or
187?
187, yeah, it's, I'm looking at the PDF count versus the.
187.
Yeah.
Okay.
Sorry, Mary.
Oh, no, that's
Go ahead.
okay. And so similar to, some of our other support, departments and divisions such as, BIT, county attorney, facilities, fleet, HR, procurement, safety and compliance, we'll be seeing these requests come in, and some of them are already in the packet now. But when you think about grant funding and think, back to like the ARPA amount of money that we had, and we did have an admin team that was supported out of those ARPA funds. So typically with that kind of funding, the funder typically would allow you to allocate about 10% of the total award to administration. Now, if we were looking at, 33, 35 million, that's 3.5 million. Our numbers will not come in that high. I would expect them to come in based on what I've seen at about 2, maybe 2.25 million for all of these administrative requests. So we will be working together. I'll talk to the group. We've been already talking about this just to make sure that you have a comprehensive look at what we're talking about in terms of these admin positions. And we may bring a briefing forward just to fully unpack that a little bit more. But we'll see, if you would like to have that briefing and, or, what process you're going to lay out for future requests. In addition to these two positions that we're requesting for procurement, this is an attempt to maintain our current service levels. We're not enhancing service levels at this time. And like Jennifer, I would mention that we currently have 3 positions in that department. We have 2 buyers and a contract administrator who were paid out of ARPA. They're now being paid out of our PF funds. So those are some positions we will need to address. And those, I believe, are covered through our PPF through the end of 27. So it's something we'll need to talk about a little bit down the road. And I'll be happy to answer any questions you might have.
Any comments or questions? No. Thank you, Mary.
Thank you.
Appreciate it. Thanks for being here. All right, next up we have our county attorney, Kim Sorrells.
Good morning. So the presentation I have in here is separate from what Mary was just discussing. So as you guys look at,
And I'm sorry, Mary, page number, it's
Mary.
72. Okay, so I'm just gonna give everyone a heads up.
These are
If
not
you can let us know in the binder what page number your presentation is on, that's great. We're also looking for those page numbers as well, but this is on 72.
So my package is separate from, and I'll get to that in a minute. I just wanted to piggyback on what Mary and Bid and Spa had said. As we spend this money, we're going to need attorneys to do contracts and things like that. And so my request here is separate from that. We need to figure out how much money is being spent and what level of support we need for that. I would envision one transactional attorney, potentially a paralegal. But as the commissioners decide how to spend the money, we can look at what that true need is. Because for example, if we're going to have a lot more enforcement of wildlife regs and things like that, then we would have to have more help on the litigation side in going to court and enforcing the zoning regs or the wildfire regs. So that I haven't touched it. What this is we've identified attorneys that currently provide support in all of the levels, all of the different areas of 1A services. For example, like Rebecca Klimkowski supports the sheriff's office. Carrie Markle does road and bridge, things like that. And so we've allocated the current percentage of time that they work on those areas to determine how much expenses could be moved from the general fund into the 1A fund and be paid by the 1A money rather than the general fund. And then what that could do is if you left our existing budget the same and move those expenses, then we could use the underspend from the movement of those to do a couple things. One, as we've discussed numerous times for years, the county attorney's office has been underfunded for salary purposes. And that's not only as compared to our peers in the Denver metro region in similar government positions, but also within the county. I mean, like I've looked at, there are a number of positions across the county that don't require an advanced degree, like a law degree, that people are making over $130,000. I've got attorneys with 18 years of experience making $130,000. I've got attorneys with 15 years of experience, making $120,000. And there's a lot of compression. So we've got an 8-year attorney making $115,000 and then an 18-year attorney making $130,000. So there is a ton of compression and not a lot of acknowledgement for the additional experience within the county attorney's office. So what I would like to do, if granted by you guys, is take the underspend in the general fund portion of my budget and fix some of those salaries. I mean, it won't do 100% fix, but it will go a long way to making some adjustments to fix the compression and then also move them closer to where they should be in the market and as compared to other county positions. The second request in this is to hire an administrative executive assistant for the county attorney's office. We don't have one. Most department directors and every other appointed official has an executive assistant. When I inherited this office, I didn't have one, but when I was hired, it was 2019, and I was immediately faced with budget cuts. And so we have cut a number of times since then. And while we have added attorney positions, we have not asked for an executive admin because if given limited resources, I've put it in attorneys and paralegals who can actually do the work, which means myself and my leadership team, a lot of the things an executive assistant would do fall on us, which we've done. But if given the opportunity to move legitimate expenses to the 1A fund and free up some general fund dollars, I would request that our office be allowed to do that. One example of how it could help me is staying on top of all of the emails that come on a regular basis when we're in these meetings. There are emails that come only to me that may be a document retention request for litigation. And if it's even several days before I'm able to see that request and act on it, it could have liability consequences for the county. And so without someone who can help me just kind of spot read and monitor, and there's plenty of other things an exec admin does, but that's just one critical need that I see could be helpful for me in my position. Any questions?
Okay, thank you. Thanks so much, Kim. Really appreciate it. Next up, we have our coroner, and I will mention check page 49 of your binder. Welcome, Dr. Annette Cannon. Always good to see you.
Thank you. So I'm Annette Cannon. I'm so, you're gonna reset the clock or? I'm
Yeah, really, you should jump in, jump and go.
Go ahead. So today I'm requesting it's a big request, a new building for the coroner's office. And I have, I'm not sure if you're able to pull up the pictures like that.
I am a bit there.
Awesome, yeah. So we really are struggling over there in the space that we're in. It is very small and does not accommodate what we need. We've been in that same space for many years, and even when the death rates have been increased, we still have the same number of staff, same space. And so we've got people sharing desks and working different shifts, things like that, to share desk space, which is not really a great idea since we each have our own equipment. I think a lot of it is probably in the PowerPoint, but so as we're growing, we're outgrowing that space, and we don't have any privacy. We have a lot of noise levels there. So if you can imagine, if you're speaking to a family you're telling them about their child's suicide or something like that, and all they can hear is the background noise from other people in the office talking, or loud noises coming from upstairs from the bomb squad. It's very disturbing. It's not optimal. And so there's no space really to expand in the current space either. And then there's also a concern about the mental health. I'm concerned about the well-being and the mental health of the staff, because there are studies that show with the overcrowded spaces and the poor environmental areas that it can negatively impact them. And this is a group that already experiences high levels of stress, exposure. So I think let's see. Yeah. The population, if you go to the next slide, I can tell you the population estimates. It looks like our population's gone down just a little bit, but not much. And these are the latest I could find. This is 23 there on the end, 2023. And if you look at the next slide, the death rates, they're not going down. No matter how much the population goes down, the death rates are still continuing to go up. For 2023, it's 5,371. And for 24, I think it was 5,500 something. I don't have that number with me though. The next is just talking about the infrastructure of the building we need. We don't have a adequate storage space. Half of my office is boxes and storage, which is horrible. We don't have a break room. We don't have room for extra equipment. We don't have offices for our doctors, which is kind of sad. One of the docs takes home their laptop and their microscope. It's just not good. So we are looking at getting something bigger. And also, I know I've complained about this before, the plumbing there is bad. The autopsy room, whatever, their sewer lines, whatever, back up into our kitchen sink. And they've tried to repair it a couple of times. So the smell is right there in our front office and in our kitchen. So it's not pleasant. Also just talked about public safety functions for us I think on the next slide, just kind of how we connect with law enforcement and with the DA and how a lot of our work is shared. We share data, we share forms, we send reports, we compare reports. So we're very connected to the safety piece. The next slide, the 15 million that I'm requesting is, that was a guesstimate on my part, just from talking to other coroner's offices, what they got. But there's a map on here that shows the amount of deaths. But we are the busiest office in the entire state. We're the 4th largest, and we have the smallest coroner's office. Yeah, there are some maps on there. If you go to the next couple, there's some, but that's what I have.
Thanks, Dr. Cannon.
Yeah.
Questions?
I do have a question. So, what would, are there any ideas or considerations for how we might be able to repurpose that space? If we were to move to a different space or lease a different space or build a different building, is there, this is part of our inventory. And so, do you have any ideas for that? Or maybe I should ask Kate.
It's incorporated in our facilities master plan.
Great.
So the 2018 version has plans for filling in that space and finding a new location. And also we're starting the update, which I imagine will also cover this situation.
And I haven't seen the master plan. What is the current thinking around that space? Would it be continue with the coroner's office, or would we shift to maybe a different aspect of law enforcement, or?
Yeah, well, in the update that there's an RFP out tomorrow, that's close to being out.
Yeah.
That'll specifically cover that. So if it's determined that the space needs to move, the infill would be there. Right now, the Dakota building is mostly the sheriff's office, so I imagine that'd be a similar function.
Okay. Just because I've heard similar conversations from the sheriff about space needs, as well as conversations that we've had at the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee. I know some ideas have floated up from courts and the DA's office, as well as sort of some of the conversations around homelessness and some of our desire to have more hands-on, on the ground staffing levels in that regard. So
The facilities master plan will be extensive interviews, surveys, math, Excel spreadsheets galore.
But it also sounds
calculating
like
the growth.
any kind of repurposing though would also take some resources in
Mhm.
order to refurbish and to update the space, given some of the things that you talked about. So will the master plan also take into consideration those types of costs that would
Yes.
come with that?
It comes with costs, and what we did in 2018 is we presented the several options, spending this much will get us here by 2020, this much by 2025. And the commissioners dedicated a certain funding amount for us to implement the plan and the year that it would be completed.
And did any of that take into consideration the coroner's request today?
I believe there was, I believe looking for a new facility was in the master plan.
But there wasn't a dedication of revenue for this purpose?
Not enough.
Okay.
I'd like to make a recommendation. We knew that there were certain things, I'm not suggesting, Dr. Cannon, that yours is one of them necessarily, but we knew we'd get a lot of requests. We've received double the amount of requests that we have dollars. And I think that we have to be very disciplined about ensuring the dollars this board commits reflects what voters said 1A dollars should be spent on. And I also think having a conversation about facilities is part of a larger whole and a comprehensive look that has been taken regarding our facility staff, what the needs are, where the gaps are. We've got public health, for example, looking at coming to our building, which we are very excited about, by the way. So, and you heard Rachel mention 3 or 4 different items as well. There are lots of moving parts. And it may be that at some point, this county has to think about a bond package. And that is something that we talked about when we discussed 1A, and we ultimately decided to stick just with 1A. But I think that it is going to be very difficult to take on a major request without having that bigger picture. So what I would like to suggest is that we also set aside time sooner rather than later to revisit that facilities plan. Where are we at in that process? What does it look like in terms of gaps and needs? Because I cannot adequately begin to think about a new building for any department at this time related to the requests that we're receiving. The other thing I wanted to ask Dr. Cannon as well is that you have come to us with real needs around services, programs. We have talked about the size of the agency, the amount of work that you're doing. And one of the things that I was also thinking about in hearing your request for 1A today is what are other public safety kinds of concerns that you have that you want, just briefly, that you want us to be aware of that potentially could be part of 1A funding? I know you've come to us in the past about a doctor related to autopsies or, the size of your staffing in order to respond. Are there just if there were 3 things that you could target that are critical for public safety, what would those be right now, apart from the building? Are there
I think
issues that come to mind?
I think staffing, but then again, that kind of fits in with building. I think if we have another pandemic where there's contagious disease, we're not equipped to handle that. That's a real possibility. The way things are looking right now, it's a little scary. I think just being able to keep up with the needs of equipment, space of equipment.
Yes.
We're just operating on the minimal. So, those would be 3 other things. But, I was gonna point out, in the PowerPoint, you can tell, our office, it's the one where it has all the scratches on it. It's just 2 small areas, and other offices that don't even do half the number, there. That's not the scratched areas aren't ours. Just those 2, the big room there, and then the autopsy room. And then we have a little garage area. That's it. And we do over 5,500 deaths. But if you go to the next one, the next slide. Like Denver, they've got 29,000 square feet and they do less than us. And I mean, look at all their offices. They have like really good, nice equipment. And then if you go to the next slide, Boulder, I mean, look how theirs is so different from ours and they don't even do half the desks that we do. So those are kind of some things I'm thinking about for this as the office grows. Like there's no place to grow it on that ground level like that. So.
Thank you.
Yeah, thanks.
And I'm assuming this is one time, right?
Say it again.
This is a one-time cost? I mean,
building.
I mean, so I'm just trying to figure out how this is positioned in the timeline, you know, in looking at the $1 whether it would be phased over a certain number of years. Is it all at once upfront, one-time cost? Is it, just trying to get a sense?
Yeah. I think it would be, for the building would probably, hopefully be a one-time cost, but I can tell you, like, when Denver got their building, they got it in an old warehouse. And then once they got in there, they found out they had to put in, you know, I think it was like $6 million to restructure the whole underneath of the building because it was rotted. They didn't realize it. They had to put out more money.
So it kind of depends
It's like
on whether
repairs,
it's new or a lease
Yeah.
or what the space is with these.
Retrofit
So
or
it
something.
could be flexible.
Yeah.
I mean, this is why we need to, this has to be factored into the facilities plan.
Yeah.
It's a bigger discussion.
Yeah.
I want to
would
go to
agree.
Commissioner Kerr. You had a comment or
Yeah,
question?
just on the demographics, where the population has decreased slightly. I mean, it looks like a bigger decrease just the way the graph is made up, but deaths in, you know, taking 2020 out, we know with 2020, but that deaths they're not going down. Is that because of the aging population in Jeffco?
I wish I knew, but I think that has a lot to do with it. A lot of our deaths are elderly, so whether that height is going to change again, I don't know. But we do have an aging population here.
Yeah.
So.
And then the other thing is, I agree, understand and absolutely within the greater context of our facilities, master plan and everything else. I mean, and that, I'm not gonna go back, but I should have probably asked the sheriff and Brian earlier with the number of folks coming in. Obviously,
We got it figured out.
okay. You're just gonna put them in the corner. So,
Thank you.
Thanks, Dr. Cannon. Always good to see you. Thank you. We're a little past noon, so I think what we'll do is we'll take a 10-minute break. Please grab lunch. We'll continue to work through lunch, and then we'll pick up with Parks and Rec, Public Health, Operations, Development and Transportation, Human Services, and we'll circle back to the sheriff as well. Get started. We have Parks and Conservation up next. Please go ahead and introduce yourselves. It's great to see you both.
Thank you very much. Good afternoon. Matt Robbins, Interim Deputy Director with Parks and Conservation, and with me I have.
Sarah Borden, I'm the Public Affairs and Program Coordinator for the SLASH.
And I had the opportunity to speak with you earlier this week with Sarah, and I referenced as she is the slash queen. So when, perhaps not today, but when we need more questions answered, she'll be the ones for us. We're here for a very simple and a somewhat modest request, I believe, to help with a field lead and some contract services for our current SLASH program. For those following along, we're on page 119 of your handbooks. So, it says 119 on the bottom of it.
I think it's the PDF versus what's in the binder.
Oh, well,
Yeah,
let's take a moment.
So I think add 2 pages to it.
Here it is. Yeah, it's 116.
116, forgive me.
-3.
Wow.
Okay.
All the time.
Perfect.
Wouldn't it?
Sorry,
It's
Matt.
-5 and then +2.
Metric.
all that to be said, since joining with Jefferson Conservation District in 2022, we have seen an immense amount of growth within the SLASH program. And that has been represented in a scale of from 6.9 million pounds to 9.5 million pounds of wooded debris that's been removed out of the county, and all of it has been recycled. That continues to grow. Operations begin for the community and those watching at home. We begin our SLASH program this coming Friday at our Tin Cup site. So the season is upon us. This request, again, somewhat modest, is for $180,000 to help with a field lead, a year-round field lead to help us manage the contracts and also expand operations would be our hope and intent, and some contract services. And that's all I have. Happy to entertain any questions.
Any questions, commissioners? I'm sorry.
No, you're quite all right.
You weren't here in the room when we had some presentations earlier from the sheriff's department and from transportation about their increase in fire mitigation along our roads, but also throughout the county. Do you anticipate with their potentially increased work over the next few years along this lines that our SLASH program will need to even go up?
Yeah, so given some of the efforts in the proposal earlier, and I think everyone's in agreement that we need to do more. Currently, our program is at about capacity, quite frankly. And so we're going to have to be looking for other ways to scale up. We think there are some of those opportunities. This is a very small portion of that, but we're going to need some more real estate and some more equipment, some more resources, or we can outsource. But we're certainly entertaining that. But currently, we're at 9.5, and we'll go. I would imagine we'll do more than 10 million pounds of wooded debris that are brought to us just by our residents. That's going to be a lot. And I think it's fair to say that this is the largest effort in the county. It is the most successful effort in the county for the past decade. And it's working. The people appreciate it. They're coming out. We're keeping the prices low. We're not increasing the price. But to consider what some of the mini grants and other opportunities could provide, we're going to need some more real estate. But we're working towards that. Yeah.
And I will say, I think we've heard at some of the wildfire events we've been to, there will be residents who come up to us and say, hey, is there any way that the county can do this for free? And could you imagine if we did have the capability to do that, what that would mean in addition to the response we're currently getting? And it's huge kudos to our community for showing up and doing their part in terms of wildfire resiliency. And Matt, just a huge thanks to you and your team. I mean, you guys have been just extraordinary on this front, and it's been great to see it grow. And as we said, the community is responding. So really appreciate this request in particular as well.
One other, if I can,
Please, please.
Couple of times over the past few years. So shoulder season, spring and fall usually. These wet, heavy snow events, but also wind events that bring down a lot of trees and branches and stuff. And I know I remember a couple of years ago, I reached out because in Lakewood, we had all sorts of stuff down, and I know Lakewood opens up their slash, for lack of a better term, their slash area, and people just bringing that. What's our capability for when these events happen to kind of open up our capacity for these events?
Yeah, so thank you, Commissioner, and thanks for that acknowledgement. This past April was the first time in 4 years we didn't have a heavy snow event. And I know that Sarah and I, knock on wood, well, it's May now. So, and we're open on Friday, so we're going to be fine.
It's May, but it's no until June.
That's right. But with the assistance and the help of Road and Bridge and helping us establish the Tin Cup site, a hardened site that's actually fenced and built for it, we were prepared in a way that we've never been prepared to help do that. And I would have felt comfortable working with those local governments to help offload that. As I would if someone said that I heard back here that Pikes Peak is supposed to get 25 feet of snow this week or something. So, whatever that is, But I think I know we're better prepared than ever. And we were ready for that conversation. Sarah was ready for that conversation. I think that speaks directly towards this field lead, who's someone who's on board and can help work with those local municipalities to help offset some of that demand when it does occur. At this point, it's May and we're open for business on Friday.
All right, thanks.
Thank you.
Thank you both.
Thank you very much.
Next up, we have public health, and I saw Dr. Story. Welcome. Good to see you.
Hi.
Hello.
And there should be like 207, 8, around there.
Okay. Thank you.
Look for the word disease. You control F pressure. It goes straight
I
there.
thought of you when I got my measles re-up just recently.
Good for you.
Very excited, very excited.
I'm glad you think of me while you're getting.
Yes, I do.
These are, I wasn't able to get these in time, but those are some hot off the presses data points on that fact sheet. Well, its priority is for them, and then you can have some of their things left over.
Yeah.
I'll get you digital. But those stats came just last minute this week. So they help punctuate some of this. And then on the front is just a breakdown of the percentage of the request going to the different pillars that I'll discuss. I guess you can start my time. I practiced this, but don't start it until I introduce myself.
Yes.
I'm Dr. Sarah Story. I am the Executive Director of the Public Health Department, and with me is
Joe Battlepore, Admin Director.
Thank you. Here we go. Okay. Thank you for allowing us to be here. And we're excited to take your questions or concerns about this funding request. I am usually pretty light when I'm talking, and I know like I end up joking a lot about some heavy things, but today I tried to veer away from that. Public health is not a nice to have thing. And that is the basis of my whole request. I truly believe, and I say this with a straight face, I believe it is part of national security. I believe it's part of public safety. Our mandate, as required by the field of public health, is to monitor disease and prevent outbreaks and really plan for the worst case scenario. And if you know me, I'm pretty much a perpetual optimist, but part of our job is to contingency plan for everything that could go wrong. Unfortunately, this year has been a doozy. That's not a technical term. Even though we just got this data this week, they did this huge public opinion poll. The vast majority of Republicans and Democrats believe that we need to do more to prevent outbreaks and to, contain infections. And yet, we've seen, as you all know, some pretty retaliatory and I think dangerous campaigns against the field of public health this year. It doesn't take a lot of money to keep people healthy. This request is barely scratching $3 million through 2027. So we were encouraged, to do a longer term request because of the nature of our funding and because we want to keep it stable and because we want to get fiscally solvent. We are able to capture revenue, and the more we can have a runway of stability for the next 2.5 years, the more likely it is we're going to be revenue positive or maintain that after 2027. There's 3 pillars to this request. The first is vaccines, right? So this is all in the disease prevention, infection control space. All of these things are federally funded, and so we're really sticking to that kind of backfilling that federal funding that we've either lost or has become so laden with ideological requirements that it goes counter to everything we would want to do as a county, completely counter to our values. We can talk about that a little bit as we go through these 3 pillars. One is vaccines for people who want them but can't afford them. People who want vaccines but cannot pay for them, who are either uninsured or the out-of-pocket is too much for them, comprise about half of the thousands of vaccines that we give every year. So we're looking 3,000 to 5,000 on any given year. Half of those are for people who can't pay for them, and those are paid with federal funds. Federal funds that pay for both children and for adults, but the majority of those are children. It's worth mentioning, I just got these numbers 10 minutes ago. 96% of the measles cases in the country from this recent outbreak were unvaccinated. So pretty clear that there's a relationship. The second pillar is going to be sexual health and family planning. So that's going to be testing and treatment for sexually transmitted infections for people across the county. But specifically, this is to backfill some of the funding related to our work in the jail. Last year, we served about 400 unique patients who were in the county jail. Almost a third of those, 40%, I think, were treated for syphilis, which is wild, right? And you've heard me talk about syphilis more than probably any other health director, because Jefferson County has had the highest increase in syphilis compared to the rest of the state over the last 6 years. And so we want to get ahead of that with testing and treatment. We know that works. And then reducing unintended pregnancies, very important. That's connected to federal funding, which is no longer allowed. Now, this is legitimate word on the street, but that the funding's going away. But if the funding does stay, that there will be some things attached to it about what we can and cannot do, including long-acting reversible contraception, which we did about 155 times last year. And so that is just, we refuse to be kind of held hostage by that. The third is going to be Narcan distribution, which if you saw the news this morning, as I did early, I was like, thank you, RFK Jr., you really made this easy for me today, is rolling back Narcan distribution, federal funding for that. And so that is a small proportion of this request. This is the most important stat I'm going to give you. We gave out about 4,000 units of Narcan last year. Almost 400 people reported they used it, and 80% of the time it reversed the overdose and the person turned out okay. So that is 300-ish people alive today who may not be with us because of this very, very, very small investment. So I will stop there. You have the fact sheet, and I'm open for any questions or clarifications we can offer.
Go ahead, Commissioner Sands.
Is Jeffco part of the state pilot program for syphilis treatment?
Yes.
We are.
Yes.
Okay.
Yes. And
I was
those
pretty sure
funds
we were.
we
and
are.
And I thought they were maintained.
Yes, and those funds have been maintained. Right.
Because I know that was on the chopping block.
It was,
in the most
yeah.
recent budget, but they, the case was pretty compelling for why we need to keep it.
Yeah.
Because we're literally in a epidemic
Mhm.
right now. And the number of cases that are transmitting to children, infants, babies, is also increasing.
More than in my 15 years in public health have ever seen.
Is that called congenital?
Congenital syphilis, yeah. So yes, those funds are supporting an unfilled budgeted position that we're actually extending offer very, very soon for an advanced nurse who can go out with our street medicine team to be able to do in the field testing to treatment with our mobile clinic and with our harm reduction staff. So we're moving forward with that.
Dr. Stewart, go ahead.
And I had a second question.
Sure.
So what I didn't hear in this presentation, something that I am concerned about is if we close down Head Start. Because I know a number of these things take place at our Head Start locations or in our, through that venue, through the connections, through. So let's say, for example, that Head Start does close down. How do you anticipate being able to respond?
That's a great question. So I could do a whole second presentation. I'm sure you'll get that next year as well, or in our decision packages around our maternal child health programs, specifically our federal nutrition programs, which are often used as bargaining chips in the budget reconciliation process. So we do have a WIC site at a Head Start. Majority of our clients there are Head Start families. So remains to be seen. Right now, that's safe, but we're not sure. We're actually very concerned about the block grant from maternal child health and maternal mental health, which is almost $500,000. It's a significant amount of money that goes to community groups. And many of those groups are servicing Head Start. So like it's this ripple effect of one thing happens to human services and all of a sudden we're there with all these folks who are uninsured needing clinical care, but we don't have capacity. So just trying to get it. I'm very concerned about that, but just trying to get ahead of it.
It's important that we keep the nexus, you know, with $1 and what they're intended for.
Right.
But I almost see that as being a crisis with regard to vaccine distribution, for example, making sure that we're maintaining those vaccination rates. Okay, thanks.
Of course.
Thank you. Two quick follow-up questions. Actually, yeah, they are both questions. One is related to the overdose prevention. Wholeheartedly support that. Are there also opportunities under the Gateway to the Rockies Opioid Council and the Jeffco Opioid Council for potential funding that could either complement this or maybe take the place of the request here? Is it about timing? Any thoughts you have on?
We kept them pretty separate. So in our GROC proposal, that was really focused on kind of the harm reduction. There was a fair, I mean, we're gonna give out Narcan as long as we can, right? Like we're gonna give, you know, so this particular funding is connected to Overdose to Action, which is the federal funding stream. So we kind of just supplanted that money to this money, which is not the same as the GROC proposal. And for the county opioid dollars, we actually proposed a synergy between sexual health and harm reduction for the jail to be able to expand to the men's side of the jail to do our syphilis and harm reduction work there and to do medication assisted treatment inside the jails and to support the sheriff is already doing. So that was our request to the county pot. I'm trying to keep them separate because I'm trying to keep that story very clean that this is really a divestment from federal funds, hopefully temporarily, and that eventually we get to a place where we have that relationship again. But it also allows us the flexibility and freedom to do what we think is right. Title 10 is what I was referring to earlier. That has never been touched as far as like what we can and cannot do. And if I'm being forced to do abstinence only education with Title 10 dollars, it's just not worth it to us. The science doesn't support it. And so that's where we're at. But thank you for asking.
No, agree completely. And also really helpful, I think, for us to hear about those different ways we're grading funding to help address these issues in terms of the opioid epidemic. The other question I have for you, and it is hard for me to keep straight what's happening day after day with RFK's pronouncements, but I thought I had heard something on NPR recently about extended testing now of COVID vaccinations, which we know are generally safe. And I'm wondering what impact that could have in terms of providing that vaccination.
I just got a visceral reaction. So a lot of these things are, of course, like, I don't want to say gossip, but there are a lot of conjectures. So we try to go straight to the source. And then you email someone, and you're like, oh, that office doesn't exist anymore. When I look at our grants around vaccines, I mean, there is no Office of Minority Health anymore. Like we have a substantial grant from the Office of Minority Health for maternal health. Like it bounced back, right? So also what you're referring to is the idea that he would like to introduce placebo testing with vaccines, which is completely unethical from a public health like standpoint. We don't do that because we want everyone to be vaccinated. No problem saying that. So if anything, it could, one, reduce supply. So we've already seen that happen with COVID vaccinations that were intended for older adults who cannot afford them and who, like, for some reason are not connected to Medicare. Like there's a lot of reasons why people kind of fall through the cracks. And those went away. And when the supply dwindles, it's the first to go, right? So I am concerned about that. I'm not concerned so much about safety because we have such a stockpile, but I am concerned about who will decide who gets what.
Right.
And what numbers are we going to go off of? Like to think that, you know, we're giving out 3,000 vaccines a year for people who can't afford it in a very affluent county, and those are for Jeffco residents. It really underscores that the problem is a lot deeper than we know, right? So that's my concern is if the supply gets a chokehold, Jefferson County will be left out because on paper, we're not maybe the most compelling case compared to other cities whose need is greater.
I agree with you completely. That is a huge concern for me as well. And I remember during the pandemic, the incredible push by public health, and we supported this 100% in terms of reaching underserved members of our population here in Jeff, the
Yeah.
Latino community, African American and more, and making sure that they had access to those vaccinations. And the tremendous amount of work that it took to get it to where we are today. And the idea of that potentially going backwards is deeply, deeply concerning.
Well,
So
I want you
appreciate
to, I want you to feel very optimistic that we have, our partnerships coming out of COVID are so strong. We were able to stand up an Edgewater mass vaccination event for measles within a week. We got out there with the schools. So a lot of the savings are realized by everyone else. So it's like, it's kind of funny, we put $1 in, then everyone else gives money back. But that was really important. And we did have a case in Edgewater. You know, we had a case connected to Denver. That person was vaccinated. They didn't spread it to anybody. That's amazing. That's what vaccinations do, right? So, it's a testament. We didn't have an outbreak in the metro. We had isolated cases that didn't turn into outbreaks. That's not luck. That's hard work. And I hope to continue supporting that as a county. So, Commissioner Kerr is gonna make jokes about me eating McDonald's. He overheard me talk about McDonald's last week. I thought he was gonna bring it up publicly.
No, I wasn't, but since you did,
But
I would, but the time is
the
up.
time is way up. Thank you. Sorry to mix people. Appreciate
Thank you so much.
Thank you.
Great to see you both. Next up, we have operations, followed by development and transportation, and then human services.
It should be like page 98.
Page 98 in the binder. All right. Welcome, everyone. Good to see you. You just do a round of introductions. That'd be great.
I'm Kate Newman, operations or deputy doctor. So I don't know how my name is. Just sitting here too long. Deputy county manager. It's right here.
Janice Mayer, Director of Fleet Services. Kristen Heath, Director of Justice Services.
Mark Danner, Facilities Management Director.
We have Brian Johnson,
100.
and Lindsay Sharp,
100.
also listening in, so. I just wanted to give you a quick overview. It's kind of a new concept of public safety, that, you know, the other infrastructure side of public safety, as well as some of the justice services work that Kristen does. And Janice has, well, so Kristen, you want to start? Sure. You fall on, you can have a page number.
I do. I believe I'm on page 112 of your packet.
Plus or minus 3.
Yeah, the digital version. So I am here on behalf of the CJCC, the Criminal Justice Coordinating Committee, to request 1 FTE for a program manager to support the work of that committee. The CJCC was established by the BCC in 2012 as a means to bring together the agency heads of all of the various criminal justice stakeholders in the county to really be a venue for collaboration and figure out what are the challenges and the barriers in the criminal justice system, the inefficiencies, and how can we improve those, all of those things. Last year, we spent most of the year really trying to revitalize the committee. Had seen some lack of participation or drop in participation, I should say, since the pandemic. So really trying to re-engage with all the stakeholders. We did some restructuring to better align with best practices and national standards for CJCCs. And the next step in that is to really have a dedicated person to support the work of the CJCC. Some of the more active ones in the metro area have these positions as well. Arapahoe and Adams are 2 examples. So this person would really just be there to manage all the initiatives, bring the stakeholders together, apply for grants, potentially manage some of those grant dollars as well. You'll see on page 117, or at least +5 of where you found my initial request, there is a support letter from members of the executive committee of the CJCC. And this includes the chief probation officer, the chief judge, the district attorney, head of the public defender's office, and one of our at-large members on the executive committee, just really showing their support for this. We do have some future programs that we're exploring, looking at, for example, the cross-section of homelessness and the criminal justice system. There's definitely a cross-section there. For example, we're looking at some preliminary data, but there are about 100 individuals that account for around 21,000 bed days in the jail for over the last 3 years, many of those with very low level charges related to homelessness. Of course, there's an intersection with the opioid epidemic in that population as well. Looking at some data sharing, some ways to improve court efficiencies. Courts are very interested in eviction prevention, that sort of thing. And I'll be back in a work session in a couple of weeks to explain those things a little bit more. But in the interest of time, I will wrap up just to say that we used to have about 5 positions, up to 5 positions in justice services to support the work of the CJCC. And through series of budget reductions over the years, we're down to really just a handful of us pitching in where we can on top of our regular positions. So this would really support the work of the CJCC and help us move forward on some future programs. So, yep, and I'll turn it over to my colleagues.
Mark?
Okay.
Sustainability Commission?
First one, yes, on page 105. Find the sustainability program. The ask here is, as you well know, the Climate Action Plan was approved a couple of years ago. And Jabez and Kevin are challenged with the load of implementing the Climate Action Plan. So it's a plan that was well received by the community. There's a lot to that plan, but with 2 people, it's just really overloading their bandwidth to do that. So that first ask is for 2 FTEs in the for the implementation of the Climate Action Plan, and they would help in educating the community on the risks facing the community and how to mitigate the risk, and lead programs to directly then bolster the community resiliency, especially with the underserved communities in the Climate Action Plan. And that was a approximately $234,000 request ongoing. For several years, including in the 2018 Facilities Master Plan, and well before that, and continues to be the case, the courts has voiced their need for additional courtrooms. So outside of the master plan, the updated master plan, because we know that there's that need still on the court side. I've been working with Jennifer on the court side, and as far as those needs, and so we have a ask in here for 2 additional courtrooms to be built on the court side, which, as you can only imagine, really starts a little bit of a domino effect, because which then feeds into my second item. I think it's, or a third item. I think it's on page
100.
Is it 100?
100-ish.
Which is securing this entire building, securing the admin side of this building, which would then, one of the benefits of that gives us the flexibility to move groups that are currently on the court side over to the administration side of the building. So then that provides the space to build new courtrooms in areas where there's elevators that are accessible for the tunnel to transport inmates from the detention center to courts. So there's a lot of other benefits with securing the entire building. And again, it's been talked about for years and years. Staff, there might be a different way for staff to be screened, just like staff in courts right now. They don't go through the magnetometers, they go through a side door, but there's a sheriff deputy, checking their badges, make sure that they are who they say they are. So it'd be the same kind of thing with for staff on the administration side, but it would really allow for more flexibility to work with courts and to get additional courtrooms in this building, which they so sorely need. But the only way to do that is really to secure both sides of the building. So that's that ask, and that's a $1.7 million ask with some ongoing costs there. And I've been working closely with Commander Wygant and his sergeant staff that's head of court security in this building. In fact, we just met just a couple of days ago to finalize some of their thoughts and that kind of thing. So So we're all on the same page as far as collaborating and the need for the project to secure the entire building. Enhancing the bollards around this building. That's working with the Golden Fire Department. They have some real concern about the bollards that are on the fire roads around this building, which are intended to keep the building safe from, who knows, nefarious acts, right? With people driving, big trucks and that kind of thing. However, it's difficult for the fire trucks to remove those bollards when they need to access the buildings. So this is a request to just replace the buildings with a more conducive type bollard that will still protect the building, but allow fire access at the same time.
Mark, can I ask a really quick question about that? So we're talking about these little the concrete columns that pop up, right, that are in the picture in the handout.
The ones that are.
What is it about those that decrease access for fire trucks? Is it just that they're too close together?
That's just an example of some of the bollards around the building. There's bollards everywhere on the access roads that from the building. So off the Jefferson County Parkway, off RTD area. So those are really the bollards that the Golden Fire are concerned about.
So it's not the ones in front of the court and admin building. It's other ones on the campus.
Right, and that picture there is, I'm sure you recall from a few years ago, where a vehicle, we don't know if it was a medical or if it was just intentional, but they hit the only removable bollard in that whole circle. Because for emergency services, there's one bollard that's just basically pinned down instead of, buried 3 feet in the ground, right? And that vehicle hit the only bollard that was intended to be removable. So, so the bollard ask is just a general upgrade to bollards around the exterior of the building on the campus roads leading up to the building.
Great, thank you.
And elevators is on
Page 108-ish.
108. Okay. So you probably know, but there's 29 elevators in this county that we maintain. Kone, who is the largest elevator company in the metro area, they're out at one of our buildings every day of the year. Elevators are high maintenance. There's a lot of up and down. No, just kidding. But extremely high maintenance. And so we've been for the last several years upgrading all the are starting to upgrade all the elevators to modernize them, to make them more safe, to bring them up to code, to bring them in compliance. But that's about $450,000 to $500,000 per elevator to do that. This year, the final bank of the public elevators on the admin side here, number 10, is getting done. So now 10, 11, and 12 will all speak to each other once those get done. And that's really the main ask for this elevator upgrade is we would be moving over onto the court side, although we've already done several on the court side, but we'd move to the court side to do 2 elevators a year instead of just one, because that way when you push the button, it's going to speak to all the elevators and call them instead of, which I'm sure most of you are experiencing now. If you push the button, you're pushing all 3 to try and get to,
Right.
but they have to speak to one another, all 3 of them. So after this year, 10, 11, and 12 on the admin side, you can push any button and they'll call whichever car is available. So, but that's a big ask, I know. But elevators are, like I said, something that you want to maintain. You don't, if you've ever been caught in an elevator, it's not the most pleasant experience. And that happens a few times a year. And we have to, stay in contact with the person. And we talk them through, for about maybe sometimes an hour, hour and a half before emergency can get to them. So elevators are something that we need to keep up on as far as continuous modernization.
That's the real reason we've all been taking the stairs. Yeah, you all thought it was for our health.
That's all I have for.
I have one really quick question. If under the 2 new courtrooms, it says there are 36 judicial positions and 31 courtrooms. Can you talk about what, just very briefly, what that means in terms of the day-to-day impact on court cases? Are we saying that we could be more efficient and move more court cases through the system, or what does that look like?
Yeah, it would more per day, definitely. They would have less scheduling and timing conflicts. So it would increase the caseload.
Every judge doesn't have their.
Because every judge doesn't have their.
Yeah.
They have
So it
some
slows
judges
down.
who are floating and just hold court wherever there's a room.
Any other questions?
Speed up the due process time.
Yeah.
And then we've got Jen.
Yep, so I'm going to cover the 3 requests for the internal support. These requests are for FTEs to support increase in transportation infrastructure and public safety staff and projects funded through 1A. So there's one for safety and compliance, one for facilities, and then also a mechanic for fleet services. And then also there's a request for a 10% increase in the operating budget for fleet, for parts, fuel, all of those things for increase.
Any questions?
Oh, yeah.
Thank you very much. It's great to see you
Thanks
all.
so much.
Thanks for being here. Next on our list is development and transportation.
It should be 211.
211, okay. Let's see.
That's exactly what.
Well done.
I see concrete
Is it the
replacement.
bridge?
D&T funding plan.
No.
Yeah, there's a bunch of road and bridge.
Jeannie, if you could advance to the presentation, that's what we.
What is the briefing?
Are they all
What is it
together?
called?
Or-
'Cause yeah, there are like 4 or 5 of them that are together. Which one, what is this briefing paper called?
He said we'll go forward to the presentation, which is like, what'd you say, Mike?
About 231.
Thank you. So,
Okay.
thank you, commissioners. So today we're going to provide a broad level overview of existing funding needs for D&T, mostly around infrastructure, but also touch on other divisions in the department. We'll also talk about ideal funding for a standard maintenance plan for our infrastructure. And then also talk a little bit about the transportation mobility plan that's underway right now, and some of the highlights and needs that the public is communicating to us. And then also then dive into the 2025 requests. And I believe we also have a little bit for 2026 as well. I also wanted to mention something that I discussed earlier on the fire meeting, where some of the dollars we're asking for to be programmed for flood mitigation is also in this presentation. So we'll be happy to pause there and answer questions. We have a few folks online that can walk us through some of those specifics as well. So in regard to D&T, we have a current inadequate funding level, as you're aware. It was one of the main topics, among others, that were communicated to the public in regard to 1A. As a recap, there's about $630 million on unfunded projects that we're aware of, and then another approximately $500 million identified through the Transportation Mobility Plan, which are new elements that the public has communicated to us that they would like to see happen over time. And so that brings us to a $1 billion infrastructure investment need over a 20 to 30-year horizon. So we've looked at those needs and put together a presentation to show what it would take to accomplish some of those items. So we need approximately $17.8 million more annually devoted just to our maintenance infrastructure program. And that would enable us to take care of all of the existing assets to make sure that we don't have any critical needs or failures over time. And that would be accomplished, depending on the element, over 15 to 25 years. 1A funding will increase the county's ability to maintain and improve existing deteriorating assets, as well as invest in new infrastructure. And we'll talk a little bit about some of those specific items here in just a moment. And this also includes funding for our maintenance activities like resurfacing. There's a great picture of an end product there. Our critical needs, as I mentioned, we categorize those as about $27 million. However, that list continues to grow as time goes on if we don't perform routine maintenance with those assets. And then also, of course, we need supporting staff in order to perform those maintenance operations and then to conduct any additional projects that are afforded through 1A funding. And so we'll talk to that just briefly. And then also, again, the multimodal facilities that are being identified as part of our capital improvement program through the Transportation Mobility Plan. Next slide, please. This chart highlights those needs and funding plans that may be necessary to meet different levels of service and project development. So on the left with the star, that is a proposed funding plan that utilizes the full allocated road and bridge mill levy. So that would allow us to continue with the current maintenance budget of $32.5 million. It would also allow us to have an additional $21.8 million for additional maintenance, and then about $4 million for those new items that are being identified in the Transportation Mobility Plan. That black dotted line shows, again, the amount of funding we need per year to maintain what we already have. And so that's a total of $50 million. And of course, that $50 million is broken down in different funding, not just from the road and bridge mill levy, although that's a portion of it. It also includes revenue from the HUTF, or the Highway User Tax Fund, and then also other items that are not shown here that pay for new elements of infrastructure, which include our Southeast sales tax area, our traffic impact fee that we collect, so development helps pay its own way, and then the ELID area as well.
So what's not depicted here, I think, is the option 4 that we were discussing, which is like a partial restoration. It would be good to kind of have a bar to kind of see what that would be in comparison to the full.
Yeah, I think that's doable.
Okay,
absolutely.
thank you.
Also on this page shows $30 million and a $45 million plan. Obviously, more maintenance can be conducted sooner, and then new elements of the TMP can be conducted as well. Next slide, please. So in regard to roadway maintenance plans, here on the right, you can see an image of different items that we have to take care of. And that includes resurfacing projects that are due for maintenance. And of course, the sooner we can get to those, the better, because once we start having subsurface issues, the cost goes dramatically up. So under existing funding, we have about $7.5 million for those resurfacing projects. We do about $4 million of that in-house, and then we contract out about $3.5 million. We also do $4 million for concrete removal and replacement. A good example of that is in front of the courthouse, where you've seen some signs and work recently with concrete work on our roadway system in the entrance to this facility. And that allows us to do about 120 lane miles per year. Under the proposed full mill levy funding, that would allow for $16.5 million for resurfacing, $7 million for concrete removal and replacement, which would allow us to do 200 more lane miles per year. And those outcomes, just as a brief summary, is an increase of 67% of lane miles we'd be able to complete. It would allow us to have a 15-year cycle for that resurfaced area, so we can get to areas sooner throughout the county. And then that would also allow for additional funding for improvements, such as paving some of our gravel roads to make it more efficient, so we don't have to go out every year or every other year to continue gravel road maintenance. We would just have to do that on a 15-year cycle. Next slide, please. In this example here, we have a photo of street widening on Indiana Street. So this speaks to both convenience and safety. We're able to broaden the shoulders, which allow for a safer environment for cars to pull over. If there's an accident or otherwise, they have more distance, but also it functions as a de facto travel lane for bikes. So it adds that separation and safety as well. These are the type of projects that increase funding would allow for throughout the county with the full mill levy. On the next slide, we have an image of the county again on the right, which shows all the different large and small structures that we maintain. And we catalog those. We have 108 bridges, 287 minor structures, and about 12,000 low flow culverts throughout the county. All of those need repair over time. And under existing funding, we spend about 1.25 million for all those structures. And that includes larger projects like bridge replacements, where we use road and bridge funding. And that also, as you know, restricts other capital needs throughout the county, such as that shoulder widening that I mentioned earlier, because the funding is competing with itself. That we average about 3 to 5 minor structures per year. Under the proposed full mill levy funding, we would be able to do a total of 3.25 million for all structures. That would average about 5 to 10 minor structures and bridge repairs per year. And again, comparing to the number of assets we have to take care of, that's still a small number that we would be able to get to. So those outcomes would be 100% increase in maintenance for those structures. We would be able to get to critical needs sooner, and then improve the overall infrastructure and safety for the community. On the next slide, we show an example of what that looks like. This is common for something that functions both as a bridge and a drainage facility that we repaired recently on Deer Creek Road. You can see most of our mountain communities, if we have 1 or 2 road systems that are down because of failure, it causes significant time delays and safety constraints for both fire departments and ambulance and child public in general. Next slide, please. Here's another example of a structure repair that we compete with. This is a bridge in the southern part of the county where we were unable to do maintenance over time, which led to the bridge deck failure. And instead of doing those repairs, we had to put in steel plates. That's about $45,000 of steel plates that would be necessary should we have had the maintenance to do preventative work sooner and earlier. In this particular case, T&E completed a design to replace the bridge deck, and that estimated cost is about $2.4 million. And that gives you kind of an idea of the scale of the repairs that are needed throughout the county. This project will also use other funding as necessary. We're always seeking grants and state funds and federal dollars where applicable to help supplement our road and bridge funding. But as we know, those sources of revenue are drying up. We've also been able to use some of our ARPA dollars, but as you know, after this year, those funds will no longer be present for our use.
Evan, where is this bridge?
Down by Deckers.
Down by Deckers.
Yeah, about 5 miles north of Deckers there. We have a series of bridges along Decker that we've been trying to address. It's hard to construct, but they're all deteriorating. We still have another one, it's a timber bridge upstream from here that's also ready to go. And then one more, I think, after that. So trying to address them as we can, because they're expensive to do.
Thank you.
On the next slide, we're transitioning to talk a little bit more about the transportation mobility plan, which is about 95% complete. We still have one major public outreach event later this summer, and then hopefully adoption in late summer, early fall. And that's being coordinated with Together Jeffco in our comprehensive plan as well. In that plan, we've been able to identify 5 different types of projects that would compete with critical structures and repair and maintenance that we've just highlighted. We would also be looking at new infrastructure that would help facilitate multimodal benefits to the public, pedestrian components, intersection, safety enhancements, and then, building out of our bicycle plan as well. And so these all help us, we believe, because it reduces congestion on our roadway system, which means we have to build and maintain less roads, but instead turn our attention to things that are a little bit cheaper, but also allow for different modes of transportation throughout the community. On the next slide, we kind of broke that down into what's been identified so far in the TMP, and that's about 319 projects. Those projects span, again, those different areas I spoke about, but we were also able to highlight DRCOG eligible and CDOT eligible projects that help our community overall. And so in regard to the number of projects and project costs, you can see bicycles amenities are the largest quantity of projects, however, not the most expensive. The multimodal facilities are the most expensive to complete. These are areas also that DRCOG and the state have a lot of dollars to put towards because they do not want widened streets for vehicles. They want to use multimodal transportation efforts like walking corridors and bicycle corridors as well. So that puts us in a good position to be competitive for those dollars. And again, overall, that's approaching $500 million of improvements over time. So in regard to 2026, on our next slide, and this goes to the board's consideration of amending the mill levy for road and bridge. The authorized mill is 3.28 mills, as you're aware. Right now, we're only receiving 1.143 mills of that amount. That brings in about $16.6 million for the county, and we have to share a portion of that with our cities. So the cities get 5 million and we get to keep 11.6 million. That's what our current mill levy dollars are to tackle some of those new projects and existing infrastructure projects. Under our proposed full mill levy allocation, we would be able to retain $22 million approximately, and the city's share would be about $9 million. So not only unincorporated Jeffco would benefit, but so would our city partners as well. So our current needs overall, if you kind of bundle everything together, it's about a $30 million increase. So we need 17.8 million to maintain the maintenance I spoke about, and then about another 12.2 million for that new infrastructure per year if we were to complete the TMP over a 25 to 30 year horizon. In all, again, restoring the full mill levy is what we're asking for. We understand that's competing with a variety of needs, so we wanted to explain a little bit more in detail how we would use that funding should that occur, either soon or over time. Next slide, please. So here we have a graph on the right that shows kind of the blue turquoise area. We would use approximately $16.5 million for the maintenance component of things. We would use about $4.5 million to help shore up our staffing to make sure we can tackle the maintenance needs, snow plowing needs, and then get to those critical new projects that have been identified. And then lastly, about $750,000 per year for things like equipment and facility upgrades. I want to spend a little bit of time on the staffing side. We track folks that leave the county. So I wanted to give a little bit of background on pay for those folks. Right now, we pay around $21 per hour for a starting road and bridge employee. Once they're able to get their CDL, they make about $25 an hour. We have some folks that are making $35 an hour in the department that have been with the county for a long time. Those folks have been leaving because they're able to get a higher salary and annual bonuses from both private and public sector opportunities. And so we believe that, some kind of increase on their hourly salaries will help us retain our employees to get this important work done, but then also be able to fill 25 empty vacancies that we have. That vacancy has been around more than 3 years. And so it's been a challenge to be able to fill those seats, which have dramatic impacts on our snow plowing opportunities, but also if we get any additional money for road and bridge for new projects, whether that's maintenance or otherwise, we'll need that staffing level to complete those tasks because not all the work can be contracted out. Some of it needs to be done in-house because we can do it more efficiently and cheaper as well.
Adele, can I just circle back to something you said? So am I reading this right? Jeffco employees are getting about $35 an hour. Other counties are paying more. And it's about, to be competitive with those other counties, it's an additional it's $7.50. Is that correct?
Correct.
So you would want to raise that up 489 team members or staff members.
So that would be for the allocated
About 42.
189 staff members. That would allow us to fill those 25 empty FTEs. It would also allow us to recruit some of the other FTEs we have highlighted here, like you talked about.
And are those other counties at $42 or are they at 40, 45 on average?
It's going to be additional work with our HR team to establish kind of what our philosophy is for pay. Because we want to make sure to be considerate of other departments and agencies as well. We know that the road and bridge funds can only be used for road and bridge employees, so it's not competing for general fund dollars. So that makes it a little easier. But right now, our analysis shows $7.5 per hour more per employee will help us retain and attract the employees we need. Not all employees make $35 an hour. That was an example. We have employees on the full spectrum of pay.
Yeah, I understand that. I'm trying to get a better feel for what you're typically seeing in terms of that hourly rate in other counties. And I know you're saying that this would make us more competitive. I'm just curious to know what that hourly rate is looking like elsewhere in similar sized counties.
So yes, I'm gonna say for around us, I mean, I know Denver right now, it's $35 an hour. Our guys are leaving with a bonus of 2,000. CDOT's in the same boat as.
That's the bonus, that's right.
That same process. You know, like Abel said, we're at the 25, the 750 would take us just under that 35. But we want to stay here. It's just, I mean, that's a big gap for them to fill when they can just go right across town and do the exact same thing. So Lakewood's right up there at the 35. Inglewood's right around 33, 32. And I don't remember Littleton's numbers. I have them in the office.
And I'm sorry, you said we're around 25?
So we're at 25
Okay,
once they
my mistake.
achieve
I
their
got that.
CDL. So we're hiring them on equipment operators at 21. Once they achieve their CDL, they're going up to the 25, 26 range. And then going from there.
So Jeffco around 25, but that's going to vary depending on the position. Other counties 30, 35, and then plus they'll kick in a bonus.
Yes.
Correct.
Did I get that right this time? Okay, great. Thank you.
So in regard to a few other positions that we're requesting, we feel that there would be a need for 2 engineering inspectors, 2 construction project inspectors, and then 1 transportation planner to help coordinate things. And of course, more volume of work just means more folks that have to be out in the field to do these kinds of things. The transportation planner coordination I see is key as well. There's a lot going on in regard to maintenance, new projects, and additional projects that might be afforded to us with additional funding. And then also being aware of development review. So what's happening in the private sector where new development is coming in to make sure when we're improving a road, it only happens once. We don't have to go back and tear it up 2 or 3 times later. So that would be the primary function of that role as well. So next slide. We're going to talk a little bit about 2025 1A considerations. So these are items that we would like consideration for this year. And we've broken it up into 2 different pots for the entire department. And that includes road and bridge eligible funding requests at about 18 million. And then also general fund 1A dollars at about 13 million. Most of the road and bridge funding would be used for, as you would expect, design and new projects and infrastructure maintenance. New items range. They range from the floodplain items I mentioned earlier today to funding for the airport on slope stabilization, knowing that it's an enterprise fund and only 10% of general fund uses can go towards the airport. We've had some federal dollars that have been pulled from the airport, and thus it's in this pot for a request. And then some of our other items that are there as well include wildfire, which we spoke about this morning, and staffing, which we've highlighted as well. So next slides go into more detail.
Before you do that, so the total 1A dollar ask then is the 21.765, correct?
So, I don't know how the budget team broke those down individually. What we did is we said, we have road and bridge eligible requests, general fund requests. And then we have another conversation we had on wildfire requests.
Okay, well,
And so I think the recommendation is different than what we're requesting. And I think there's a difference between full mill allocation versus partial.
Yeah.
allocation.
So, and that's why I was asking, because this is very confusing. It's hard to know. How much of this is going towards our $69 million bucket and how much is not? How much of this is ongoing? How much of this is a one-time project that may span on 1 or 2 years? But would then, presumably be completed. It's very confusing to understand what's being requested.
And then the other thing that I would add on top of it, and I'm getting a little bit slipped up here, is 2024 funding for 2025 and what legally can be used and cannot be used.
Yeah.
And so I'm trying to sort that out too. What does that look like? Can we just revisit that really quick, and then let's talk about how that is reflected or not reflected here? So can you just remind us about?
Because on your next slide, it talks about the general fund request. And so that's why I started getting,
it's conflated. Yeah, it's all kind of.
So use of $24 that we collected in 2024 for spending in 2025, which is my understanding of what today's presentation is about, cannot be used on road and bridge. It can only be used on eligible general fund expenses, because once money is in the general fund, it cannot be spent on road and bridge. Those are completely separate by statute and they can't cross over.
So
I could clarify though.
Yeah.
You need to be careful that road and bridge and transportation are not the same. Transportation is a bigger frame and road and bridge is a subset. So there's still transportation funding that can happen in the general fund. It just can't be designated as road and bridge spending.
Correct. There's a number of things that are under Avell's umbrella that are general fund supported, not road and bridge, because road and bridge fund can only be used on road and bridge. So like, for example, I think what?
Drainage.
Drainage is a good example of something that falls under development and transportation, but it's funded with the general fund. And so therefore, if there is a need that meets a 1A eligible expense, then money from 2024 can be spent in 2025 for that expense.
So are you proposing then like a swap? Like, you know what you need or want, but there are complications with regarding the revenue source. And so then, you would be more or less doing something out of the general fund and vice versa in order to meet that need and still fall under the parameters.
Sort of.
Okay.
So that's getting closer. So, we recognize road and bridge has limitations.
Yeah.
We're capped at the mill level. And so right now it's about 1 mil. We're asking for it to be restored to about 3 mils. We also understand on Thursdays when we saw the formal recommendation for something different, which is just 1 additional mill. And so, we would be working with 2 mills under that proposal. And so we would have to go back and look at our priority list to see which projects fit within that funding level. Today, what we were hoping to do is 2 things. One is share the need for infrastructure. And then number 2, understand what the recommendations or decisions are from the commissioners to know how to refine that request to fit the budget needs. The other thing that we also have explored is we have a fund balance in road and bridge.
Yeah.
And there's about $3 to $4 million of wiggle room where the board could authorize dollars to be spent out of road and bridge in 2025 so we can get a head start on some of these projects. And so we would want to consider that as well, which is different than the traditional conversation around 1A. And so the other topic is, whatever is not considered for 2025 funding, we want you to be aware of so that if and when you change the mill levy for road and bridge for next year, which doesn't take place until December, you kind of know what the programming is or ideas are for infrastructure enhancements. One last thing I want to mention, just to clarify, there are certain things that can be done through the general fund, and some of those are flood related that we talked about. So Mile High Flood District dollars, any of our stormwater inspectors, any of the roadside treatments we talked about in the road right of way can be general fund 1A derived and not from road and bridge dollars.
And I think this whole conversation is going to shift in 2026 because of the state budget. Although, speaking on a federal budget level, it's one of the few areas that is actually being proposed for an increase in funding rather than a reduction versus human services, which is the entire opposite, which is the highest reduction in the current federal budget and really reliant. However, at the state level, the cuts to transportation appear to be greater pending more or less conversations around Medicaid. But it's like an entirely different picture in 2026.
And just circling back to the 24 issue regarding 25. So I'm trying to cobble this together in my head, which is a lot to ask, I know, as I process this in front of you all. But what I'm confused, so are you suggesting that this potentially could be covered then by increasing the HUT, the mill levy component? And that's what would pay for what you're suggesting here, and then that avoids the 24 to 25 issue that we talked about a moment ago?
I think at a high level.
Come through increasing the mill levy?
Yes.
Yes.
So at a high level, if the authorized amount for road and bridge was restored to 3 point something.
Right.
Then we would be able to do our full maintenance infrastructure plan. We can maintain what we have. And we would have around $3 to $4 million more per year to do, I'm going to say, new stuff. So that's things that are identified in the transportation mobility plan or things that might be necessary for safety that we don't have outlined quite yet, but come up on a frequent basis. So anything less than the full mill levy, we don't even maintain our current infrastructure, much less be able to get to any new projects. That's kind of the moral of the story.
Yeah. And I would like to see the exact same thing translated if we went with option 4, which is only a partial restoration. Just so that I can see comparatively, how close are we to that line, how far under that line we are, so that we can just have an understanding.
I agree completely, because that's exactly what we've talked about through this whole discussion as an incremental, potentially, and we haven't even landed the plane on this yet, but we have said an incremental increase of that mill levy component. And so we got a snapshot of what that looks like for the 3 areas that were human services, road and bridge, and capital a little bit earlier, but we have always said an incremental approach. Go to Joe and then I'll go to Ken.
Commissioners, just to provide a little bit more context, when we went about this process, we didn't put any constraints on departments. We told departments, come to us and share what the need is, so the board understands the need. You can see where there's some refinement that needs to take place depending on what level, if any, the board wants to restore mill levies. And so I would acknowledge that this gets more confusing as we get more into the details, but this is the type of feedback that we need from you so that we can go back. This is kind of a litmus test, and now we can go back and take direction from the board and look at other alternatives or options and refine the proposal that's in front of you, because you're right, this is a big proposal. And this proposal would only occur if the board restored the mill levies to the full level. And the board has not talked about that seriously in terms of full mill levy restoration, because there are absolutely implications for the general fund if you were to do that. So anyway, just trying to provide a little bit more context as we've not put any constraints on departments and said, come forward and tell us what your needs are.
I mean, it's important because I get asked all the time, well, how do you know how many unfunded maintenance or projects, how do you calculate the transportation backlog? This is how you do it right here. So it's helpful. It's just very convoluted because it's not fitting into the lanes that we have started this process with. So I agree that it's helpful to have it as a conversation starter, but it's less helpful if we're thinking about this in terms of a proposal, because it's not really a proposal. It's let me share you what the ideal world would be, and then we've got to kind of back into something, I think.
Yeah, and Kim, I'll come to you in just a second, but I just want to point out that we do have, and it might be helpful to share that with us, a pretty rigorous system in response to questions that we get from constituents saying, how do you determine? And you have a pretty specific system that you use to grade road projects, culverts, bridges, and then to prioritize those. And so that, I think, is also reflected in this, but I think that might be helpful to share, because you're right, we do get that question, but you know, there's a good system in place. Let me just go to Kim real quick, because you wanted to get into.
Yeah, I just wanted to say, as we talk about years, because it can get confusing, we talked about 24 collections being spent 25. So the mill levy, if you were to decide to increase it partially, whole, whatever, that would be done at the end of 25 for 26 collections, which would then be spent in 27 once they figured out how much of the Tabor refund we would be able to spend on those based on that. So just it's future.
So that's a really important point. So you're saying even if we did do, let's say, an incremental increase of the mill levy, we wouldn't even be able to put those dollars to use until 2027 for road and bridge project?
Yeah.
Which then raises the other issue of potential deferred, which we face already, deferred maintenance and the increased costs that come with that. And especially knowing that this was a top priority for our community, and it was one of the reasons, in addition to public safety, they voted for 1A.
Well, and I think that there may be a different way to look at the 25 collections for being spent in 26 and how we parcel that out as to what's 1A funding eligible for road and bridge versus what is 1A funding eligible for general fund. That's still in the works and in the discussion. The 24 money, it was clear at the time that the ballot was being voted on that all of that was in the general fund and would have been refunded from the general fund, which is why it can't cross over.
Yeah.
The delay in spending, I think, could work slightly differently in the road and bridge fund. Because the issue is that in the general fund, we have to determine if everything is eligible for spending. But once we reset the mill levy, all of that money would be in the road and bridge fund.
And it's all eligible.
I mean, we would, I think, still need to talk through eligibility and verify that everything fits. But it's not a question of, do we put it in there at that point?
Yeah.
So it's where it needs to be spent and can speed up that timeline. There's a determination of, is it being spent as just normal road and bridge dollars, or is it being spent as 1A road and bridge dollars? And that might take some time to work out, but they'd be able to work on the projects and plan them.
I really see the restoration, though, of the mill as being part of an overall strategy to bring budget stability to this area, right? As opposed to focusing on the 1A dollars as the, answer to everything, because it's not, very much so. It has a lot of competing demands on it. But the restoration of the mill is what's going to provide us with a better, longer-term, sustainable ramp for project planning and for our maintenance needs and so on and so forth. I'm just concerned about doing it too quickly because of some other considerations, within the budget.
And as far as talking about that too, the gap between the two, it gets complicated with the city share.
Yeah.
But the gap between the two scenarios is about $10 million in terms of what the road and bridge fund would be able to spend. It's a bigger gap than that in terms of the impact on the general fund. But this is what Avel's team needs to keep up all of the maintenance and maintain and start to do that transportation master plan activity. This would fall $10 million short of that. So if the last $4 million of that is master plan activity, the partial restoration is still $6 million short of keeping up with maintenance.
Yeah.
But that's kind of the point of Avel was just preparing what they need.
So then let me ask you this, and this is an impossible question to answer, but I'm going to ask it anyway. if you had to choose then, whether you're more interested in a full restoration of the mill levy quicker versus more usage of the 1A dollars immediately. Like, you know, one's kind of like if you only can, how do I say? All right, so I don't think it's reasonable to get all the things, right? All the 1A dollars plus a full restoration of the mill, right? So we're trying to figure out what would be the sweet spot? What would be the combination of those two that would allow us to advance the plan and to meet our needs, right? We don't want to fall short at the same time. It's just impossible to do it all. So if we're looking for that sweet spot, because we can't do both, what would be your preference?
So, you know, we're limited to the road and bridge mill levy.
Okay.
So that's going to be capped. It can never be more than 3 mills roughly. And if we get to that incrementally over time, the question is that 2 or 3 years or is that 10 years, right?
Yes.
And that makes a difference in regard to how we plan for projects. One thing to be aware of, as you mentioned, we have a scalable CIP. We have a laundry list of projects. We know what they cost, and we can scale that to whatever funding is available to do those tasks. That's the easy part. The hard part is the policy in regard to the funding level, because it impacts the general fund. And those trade-offs is more of the discussion, I think, because we can adjust as necessary. Now, the 1A dollars themselves, I would argue are completely different because those are general fund 1A dollars. So if you're asking, would we rather have our road and bridge mill levy restored or some 1A dollars? I think there's got to be, you know, a share of both. Because for one example, we have stormwater needs that if we don't have that role in place, we could get fines as much as $45,000 per day for not performing that task. And we can lose our floodplain designation that saves homeowners discounts on their flood insurance programs. And so I don't think it's a one or the other. It's just trying to fit that sweet spot.
I'm gonna I'm gonna let this be the last question unless Commissioner Kerr, okay. Because we have human services and we've got the sheriff's state.
Never answered the question about the split too between maintenance and CIP.
Right. Well, we have all that information. We're ready to, like I said, scalable. One thing I want to mention, I don't think there's a need for me to walk through these individually. They're in your packet. We've talked about them at a great length. I do want to mention the incremental nature of this conversation, where, you know, our job is to share the need and the possibilities of funding. And that gets refined during this conversation. And then based on everybody's needs and your feedback, I think the teams are prepared to go back and adjust as necessary. And I think the thing that we want to say is our projects are scalable. So whatever the decisions are, we can come back with the exact project list and meet those needs.
Thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Great presentation.
Thank you.
All right, next up, we have human services, and then we'll go to the sheriff. Okay, 246 then in your binders.
I don't, I'm doing the PDF, you know, the packet, so.
Sure. 245, I see, human services. Yeah, very close. Hello and welcome. Could you just do a round of introductions? Good to see you all. Hello, hello.
I'm Barb Weinstein. I'm the Director of Children, Youth, Families, and Adult Protection. Tina Sagan, the Director of Business and Finance.
Pat Douglas, Director of Housing, Economic and Employment Services.
Rachel Meissner, Head Start Director.
And we believe Mary Berg is online.
It is online, yes.
Hi, Mary. And who's kicking us off?
Mary.
Okay.
She's unmuted, so, oh, Mary, are you there? She was unmuted for a second. Sure she is.
You all hear me?
Yes, we can now.
Okay, awesome. Did we want to go to our presentation first?
Yeah, that'd be great. Wherever you want to start.
Yeah, I think that would be helpful, and then you can have the forms to follow along. So thank you for your time today, commissioners. I am out of state, so I am participating virtually today because I wouldn't want to miss this. So thank you. I just wanted to say that the Human Services Department, our functions align with various aspects of the ballot measure as we provide both direct mental health services or access and navigation to mental health services, and also support public safety efforts in many areas of our department, like child welfare, with the inmate population, and supporting individuals and families with housing insecurity and so many other touch points. We also know that several of our Jeffco residents are no longer eligible for Medicaid after the public health emergency, coupled with the loss of federal funding for services like the Jeffco Mobile Crisis Unit, makes access to mental health services even more limited and challenging. So today we are bringing forward 14 requests for your review and consideration. Some of these requests are new, and we feel as if they are filling the gap to the things that I just mentioned, and others are some existing services that are under current review for possible reductions or elimination given the federal landscape at both the state and federal level. So if we go to the next slide, Rachel's going to kick us off with some infrastructure needs at our Head Start program.
Thank you, Mary. So there's 3 infrastructure needs at our Head Start building, specifically at the one.
Just so you know, that is page 193.
Thank you. Specifically with the Arvada building, the first one is related to ADA compliance and accessibility. Several years ago, there was a full ADA assessment done on that facility, and we've been kind of chipping away at some of the low-hanging fruit like signage, that kind of stuff. But there's quite a bit of crosswalk, curb cut, concrete type work that needs to be done to address some of those compliance issues. And so that's what that covers. The next one is on page 195. It's about building safety, just the lack of lighting at the entrance to the Arvada facility. Between our programming and Jeffco Prosperity Partners, we've got evening classes and staff and families entering the building at night, especially in the winter months, to attend various parenting classes, things like that. And so this just makes sure that the environment is safe for them. For that. And then the last one is something that we've been talking about for quite a long time, is the need for additional parking for our family, staff, and for the WIC clients and staff at the site that they have there. That's kind of an ongoing conversation of how do we pay for that? Even though it's a really big need, we have staff and families that have to park at Costco and walk in bad weather and at night to get to the building. So a big safety concern for that. I also know that the federal landscape is a little unknown, looking better than it did a week ago. But also just wanted to make sure that these concerns are highlighted and that there's consideration for what the needs are in the event that we are hopefully and likely able to continue programming.
Okay, next slide, please. Next slide. So starting on page 251 for Children, Youth, Families, and Adult Protection, the first one is our child welfare family intervention services. This is a service that provides mental health, behavioral health interventions to families, children who are not otherwise covered through Medicaid or through commercial insurance. So this is a program that has been tapped much more frequently after Medicaid unwind the number of families who have dropped from the Medicaid rolls. This is a service who is able to provide a wide variety of mental health and behavioral health services to prevent other sorts of service interventions needed. This is particularly a service that may be discontinued without funding support due to the increased mandates on the Child Welfare Block Grant and the core services funding through the state and federal government as well.
So this other one for Head Start is nope, sorry. Sorry.
So staying on child welfare for a second, on page 254 is the Family Integrated Treatment Court. This is a collaborative effort amongst Jefferson County Human Services, the First Judicial District, probation, the Office of the Child Representative, the Office of Respondent Parents Council, and treatment-based providers within the community, and is based on a national treatment court model. It offers families the support services and treatment necessary to assist parents in establishing and maintaining sobriety while providing safety for their children. The very specific goals of this program is quick access to treatment. As we know in our community, that substance abuse treatment services can be met with long wait times in order to engage in treatment. Fit Court allows for quicker access, which allows the supports for individuals to stay in treatment, return children home as soon as safely possible, keep children at home with their families when it is safely possible instead of foster care, and being able to sustain support for maintaining an individual's sobriety. And then on page 256 is the substance use disorder sober living homes. These provide community safety by providing stable substance-free environments that provide individuals in recovery the ability to live safely and avoid criminal behavior associated with substance use, such as theft and drug-related offenses. Sober living homes are not generally covered by Medicaid or other commercial insurance. And so these are opportunities, this funding would provide opportunities to provide community members with sober living opportunities in order to access services and again, less impact to the criminal justice system and through their sustained recovery.
Barb, really quick question on that point,
Yes.
similar to what I had asked Jeffco Public Health. Are you also looking at either GROC funding or Jefferson County Opioid Council funding?
We have not approached either of those two options at this point.
Okay.
Okay, and Rachel on page 199.
Yes, so this one is mental health services for Head Start families. Our program's a provider of mental health services for both children and adults. Mary already talked about the potential cuts to Medicaid and families losing access to services through Medicaid. So this would just be expanding the services that we currently offer to children.
And then the last request on this page is a new position that would serve in the role of a crisis prevention specialist and mental health navigator. We have seen significant success, as you have heard before, in the homeless navigation model. And we often see and serve individuals and families across our entire department who are in crisis, whether from a recent job loss or significant mental health, food insecurity, and are in need of navigation services to access behavioral health care and other supportive services that often can prevent hospitalization or incarceration. We see mental health crises and breakdown in our building, just in our lobby and other areas, and we think that this could be beneficial to filling that gap. So we can go on to the next slide.
Okay, so on page 258, the Juvenile Assessment Center is a critical resource for youth and families in Jefferson County. It provides early intervention, assessment, and connection to services. This is a program that works collaboratively with law enforcement, the schools, our community partners, providing services and supports, reducing justice system involvement, and providing positive outcomes. The goal here is strengthening families, improving community safety, and empowering youth. This is not a mandated service. It is locally designed and currently funded by the Child Welfare Block Grant Allocation, whose funds need to be dedicated to mandatory functions. So without continued funding, we are at risk with our participation in this program as well. 264. Thank you.
For the homelessness prevention and response solutions component, I think this is a topic we talk about frequently. There's plenty of data, including some of the data from the Sheriff's Office, identified that around 3,000 bookings were related to individuals that are unhoused between the summer of 2023 to summer of 2024. We also have our point in time data that shows about 600% we saw a 600% increase in our newly homeless numbers from 2019 to 2024, and a 9% increase in those identifying as homeless between 2023 and 2024. We know that effective navigation services can prevent involvement with the criminal justice system, and at a minimum, hopefully try to prevent reincarceration or reinvolvement. So that's really what this package is identifying as a need. We know it's a large ask, but we know that what we've been doing so far has been fantastic. I really commend Jefferson County for the work that policymakers and leaders have been doing, but we know that it's not coming close to what we need to be doing. So that's more representative of what this ask is.
Page 260, the Child Welfare Prevention Team and Programming. Our prevention teams are with the primary purpose of keeping children and families from further penetrating the child welfare system due to abuse and neglect. This has direct impact on community and child safety. They offer support to families and serve as resource navigators addressing concerns of addiction, treatment and long-term recovery, mental health, and other services and resources to improve child safety. This is a service that may be discontinued due to increased mandates on the Child Welfare Block Grant. Intervention is mandated in child welfare, prevention is not, but it does produce better outcomes. Without prevention services, the impact will be the greater need for intervention services and personnel to take up the work that the prevention teams currently are able to do. Page 262.
Thank you. This is related to economic mobility services for justice-involved individuals. This is a program service delivery model we would love to be able to implement in Jefferson County in partnership with the Sheriff's Office and other entities throughout the county. We have been able to apply for grants. We've only been awarded a few. Right now, our grant funds are limited to federal penitentiaries where we are able to have staff working with individuals that are set to be released within a year and then post-release. We know these services around economic mobility and stability can really reduce recidivism. And so that would be the goal of this program, primarily focusing on employment, but also would allow for some of the housing stability supports that would come along with employment stability. The next item is the Veteran Services Navigation.
Page 267.
So this would be, again, something new that we're not currently able to do for our veteran population. Right now, our VSOs are really relegated solely to helping individuals apply for disability benefits. So it's a very limited role. It's a critical role, but it's very limited in what they're able to do. We encounter numerous veterans. They're at risk of being involved with the criminal justice system or already involved. And so this would allow us to be able to provide more targeted support to those individuals. Veterans often, they need, I would call more of a gentle touch oftentimes, and they also definitely need individuals that are veterans themselves to demonstrate that understanding and compatibility with the services that they're providing. We know the need is significant just from what we see, and we're just not able to serve this population in the way that is needed. So this is really kind of to what Joe's points earlier words, presenting what the need is, recognizing you have a lot of things that you have to prioritize.
And this is page 247.
So this is actually our last request, and this has to do with the role of Human Services and the Emergency Operations Center and what is referred to as the Emergency Support Function 6. So I just want to clarify, this is not 6 positions, but a 1 position request. Yes, I know. And that's why the comma may have helped, but it does say position and not positions. Mm-hmm. I've learned a lot about ESF 6 over the last few years, and this function includes coordinating mass care sheltering, emergency assistance, temporary housing, and providing disaster assistance programs to help survivors with unmet disaster-caused needs. We have a great partnership with NATE and the EOC. However, with the amount of writing and coordinating and developing the plans for this area, with his team, especially related to mass care, is completely massive. We have identified in our department currently one position that partially fills this role, but is currently funded through our Family Med Services or County Administration allocation, which should really be dedicated to the eligibility determination of public benefits and supports. So there is no dedicated funding stream from the state or federal government, but as you are familiar with, sometimes there is FEMA or federal reimbursement dollars for some of these functions, but certainly not the planning and preparation that has gone on, including the individual who spent their time from Human Services in the activation of the quarry fire dedicated to these functions. So most counties are funding these positions with county general fund dollars, and we believe that in our cobbling of this together, that we truly need a dedicated and well-trained position to fully execute these requirements before, during, and after an emergency. And I know this is something that we don't want to do in isolation of the Sheriff's Department or the Emergency Operations Center, and have been in conversations with Nate related to this, and really having someone who is skilled in this area to be able to carry out these functions. I've learned that there is something called a disaster recovery center and programs that is part of a human services function that we, in partnership with the Emergency Operations Center, need to spend more time planning. If we have a fire that covers a greater amount of acreage or larger population, like there has been in Boulder or Larimer counties, the disaster assistance that happens post the fire tends to go on for several months and does involve the Human Services departments to a great degree. And that is a part of our plan that we definitely need to further develop with the EOC. So that is something that we wanted to bring to your attention and also put into our requests at this time. And then I want to turn it over to Gina to just be able to address, if there's no questions with that specifically, to be able to address kind of what's the difference between our requests for 1A funding and then the potential with the options related to the social services mill restoration and funding.
So we've had previous conversations around the systemic underfunding of many of the social services allocations. A lot of the items that Barb brought forward with child welfare total about $3 million, and that is about the amount of our underfunding in child welfare right now. And so we did feel as though they fit well with 1A. We have some other allocations, such as TANF and childcare and our Family and Matter Colorado or county admin allocations that we didn't feel fit in the retained revenue discussion. But those are an additional $3 million at this point. As the funding is right now with the unknown landscape that we're looking at, potentially we could see cuts in those areas as well. For instance, if the social services block grant were to be cut, that would affect our child welfare allocation by about $1.6 million of federal revenue. On the spending side, that's $3 million of spending that would need to be cut. And then TANF currently is whole, but we'll see how that ends up. If the 25% cut to TANF happens, that would be an additional $2 million. So we are eagerly anticipating what the federal budget looks like once it's decided.
And I imagine those numbers will be included when we have our review, I think, middle of the month, to talk more about those federal funding cuts and what that might mean for Jeffco. Okay, so that's so important to capture. We have a little bit of time left. If there are any questions or comments. Thank you very much. Appreciate it.
Great presentation.
Thank you.
Thanks, Mary. And next up, we've got the sheriff and her team.
She's back.
Back for more.
Yeah.
I never left.
So we're gonna start with the 2028 budget.
Yeah.
Only we could fast forward.
120. Thank you.
Somebody needed to police this meeting.
It's all the questions. You can never predict how much time you're gonna need for questions.
So real quick, Andy, we have talked about where we're gonna house the people. And we are working with the city of Morrison right now to take over their former base and police station for that. So we'll be talking contracts with them shortly as to how much that will cost us. It's just not gonna be that much, if anything. So there's your answer.
Excellent. Thank you.
Why don't we do a quick round of introductions, and then are we starting with regional training facility?
We are.
Okay, and that's
Actually,
page
I
119.
think, we were going to do an encore, short encore presentation by Brian. So.
It's gonna touch on two subjects real quick.
Okay.
I just have two sentences.
Really, Brian? And you know, I love good wildfire conversations.
I had all this
Come on
time
now.
to reflect, so. I just wanted to loop back, so, and Dan, correct me if I'm wrong, but like your opening slides where you had the bar graphs and everything like that, that showed the full 3 phases of the fire request. So I know Commissioner Zettinger, you were asking about phased in approach. So I just wanted to highlight that. And then the other thing, you know, we talked briefly about what's going on with the federal workforce and applicant pools. That's another benefit of the 3 phases, which is what we were asking for in terms of workloads internally. If we hire 1 crew under phase 1 and then we defer the 2nd crew to phase 2, that's a whole nother set of hiring actions and things like that, which brings workloads and stuff. So I just wanted to highlight those 2 things in terms of that all 3 phase approach.
So just to, see, I was not gonna do this. I was not gonna do this, but you opened that door, Brian. You had to say that. So just to be really clear, when you ended your earlier presentation, you said the best scenario is the approval of all 3 phases. Am I hearing you say that a potential plan B would be definitely phases 1 and 2? Because to separate them out and just do 1 now, 2, and then 3 would quite work as well. But if we had to look at a plan B, we could consider just doing phases 1 and 2 now and then bringing in 3. But what you prefer is all 3 phases.
Correct.
Okay.
Yeah, and because phase 1 and 2 represent 2 different halves of the holistic program. So to really provide all those services, touch those action items, and be responsive to our partners, phase 1 and 2 would kind of give us the core infrastructure of what the program needs to be. And phase 3 would increase capacity across the. Thanks.
So introductions, that was Brian Keating.
Yeah, I never.
The best fire guy in the county.
T-shirt. Division Chief Mark Snowden.
Sheriff Reggie Marnelli.
And David Cribbs, Budget and Finance Director.
Good to see you.
All right, we're gonna be starting around page 170, I believe, in the document.
Well, did y'all want to go straight to the presentation part?
Yes.
Okay.
Yes,
So
perfect.
that is,
162, but then I think we can scroll a few slides into that as well, so.
162.
Ish.
So there'll be,
All right.
so there are some common themes in this, a lot related to, directly or indirectly related to emergency management, kind of our core public safety functions. We looked at our 5-year plan and tried to identify those items that could fit under 1A, just to have that as part of the discussion here. So again, if right around page 170 is the wildland fire, I think we've talked about that. 171, our first item I'll talk about here is this regional training facility. This is a just kind of a placeholder for a concept of, well, hopefully going more beyond the concept at this point. We have about 11% turnover on average. We lose 75 to 80 positions a year. 50 to 65 of those positions are sworn every year. foreign positions take a long time. We share the academy with the entire West Metro area here. And so we need a pipeline that can actually refill those vacancies as they occur. And the current facility that we have is not meeting those needs with a lot of limitations in just the capacity that we can push through there. We could probably use the entire academy's capacity just to meet our needs, and that wouldn't address any of the other jurisdictions in the West Metro area's needs. So that is what that represents. Item 2 is our emergency services section. This is kind of emergencies are more than just fires, and we deal with a lot of emergencies throughout the year. The emergency services section has multiple specialty units fulfilling various state and federal mandates. Everything from fire management, emergency management, incident management, our hazmat responses, explosive ordnance disposal. And this function has not ever had a dedicated budget in recent memory. And so this would be attempting to address that and provide the operating budgets necessary to make that that function operational at the level that it should be. Item 3, biometric harm reduction. You all may remember I was here a few months ago with a grant application. Well, that grant application was not successful, unfortunately. I think this is a moment for your office. I think this is something that is really it's intended to prevent overdose deaths in our jails and other adverse health outcomes from the high-risk individuals. We've really seen a significant rise in individuals entering our jail that have substance use disorders, and it's resulting in more frequent and severe medical incidents. This would, right now we check on folks periodically, and my understanding is people can seem perfectly fine 1 minute and crash very quickly. And so this would allow more of an electronic monitoring, particularly when they first come into the jail, so that we can identify potential issues before they become irretrievable.
And Commissioner Dahlkemper, cross it off.
Yeah.
We already have put in for G-Rock and we are in the final 11
Yes, I am.
on the
aware of that.
biometric.
Because I was just gonna ask, so this is not in addition to what has been submitted to G-Rock, but
Correct,
this
it's one
is
and the
just
same.
another,
Yes.
perfect, thank
It's
you,
an
out of my
avenue.
mind.
Yes.
Thank you.
Number 4 is our co-responder program. We're seeking to establish an in-house mental health co-responder unit. We historically partnered with Jefferson Center for Mental Health. They've been having some challenges lately, and they've been having a limited ability to meet our needs. And they've notified us that in July of this year, they're going to be ending that partnership. So we really would like to be able to bring that in-house and continue to have those sort of services in dealing with mental health issues when our deputies are out responding to calls.
And before you ask, we did put this one in for G-Rock and we have already been denied.
Number 5 is our homeless opportunities through prevention and engagement program. We'd like to be able to build a stable, reliable, and sustainable response model that allows, when we're interacting with homeless or unhoused individuals, to allow them to receive timely, appropriate care and support. We want to really, again, kind of as other conversations have been going on, reduce the involvement with the criminal justice system and increase access to treatment and housing support, and connect individuals that support recovery, stability, and reintegration into the community. Number 6, our cellular data recovery. This is cell phone data is becoming more common in legal cases or criminal cases, and this is a system by which we can more accurately and with stronger validity capture cell phone data, so we know where folks actually were and help move a case to successful and accurate conclusion.
The cellular data, just for context, is exactly why we were able to solve the rock throwing case.
Yeah, that's right, because
This is what was done to be able to prove who committed that crime.
So again, in the category of emergencies, can go beyond just fires, hazmat vehicles, and you'll see some other hazmat requests later on. Having the vehicles that allow us to transport the equipment that's necessary for folks to respond to just in my 20 months here at the Sheriff's Office, I've been really surprised at the number of hazardous materials calls that we get on a regular basis. It's just outside my scope of knowledge. Number 8, as with many things in life, there's a lot of unsexy things that we need to operate, and a vehicle lift might fall into that category. In order to maintain our fleet and be able to keep our cars on the road, we need a vehicle lift in order to be able to do that. So, number 9 is bomb squad and mountain precinct security cameras. It's just basically additional security for us to monitor and protect our facilities, and the surveillance footage can help contribute to maintaining the chain of custody and preserving evidentiary integrity. It's just basically to protect our personnel, the public property, and hazardous or explosive materials that we have on site. So. Jail drug detection canine. Dogs are expensive. But the purpose of this is to help us locate drugs in the jail. And since 2019, we've had 561 introduction of contraband cases that have come out of the jail. The canine unit would help reduce harm to a vulnerable addicted population, and the focus is not to criminalize addiction, but to just get the drugs out of the jail and help us basically identify those as quickly as we can. So, and number 11, I guess, is the next. Okay, moving on. Number 12.
11's off.
Yes. Number 12 actually came out of a different conversation. Jefferson County has unique geography that is very difficult for radios to operate in, and we were looking at ways to improve our radio, the functionality of our radios in mountainous areas and in schools, and that addressing those issues is very, very expensive and a huge, huge project. So this kind of came out of that as here's an incremental way in which we can kind of increase the efficiencies and reliability of our radios. It does not solve our bigger problems, but it definitely helps make some tiny improvements to the reliability of the radios that we have out in our vehicles and that the deputies carry. 13, victims advocates. Again, I think I've briefed on this a couple of times from various grants we get over from the VOCA grants to help fund some of our victims advocate positions. We've seen a decrease in the available federal funds. We'd like to stabilize this as an ongoing funding source, and so we're just looking at, is there a way we can not have these be partially grant funded positions? Victims advocates are very important for our community, providing support, resources, and referrals, and helping us fulfill the victims' rights obligations that statute has of us.
Can I just ask really quick, in light of the loss of federal funding for victim advocates, would this help us keep our numbers where they're at, or would it?
Keep them where they're at.
Okay.
We've now taken from our budget and applied money towards the money we've lost.
I see. Okay.
So.
So 14, command bus. Again, this kind of ties into larger emergency response issues. The vehicle is apparently in great shape, but the technology that's in it's about 14 years old. We'd like to have better technological communication capabilities and use of being able to communicate with whether it's SWAT, bomb robots, drones, what have you. Also having a solar and improved power management systems to improve the resilience in emergency situations when power may not always be accessible. So again, hazmat positions just ties in with the vehicles, just having some additional resources to meet our statutory responsibilities related to hazardous materials responses. Similar emergency services section deputies. This is another area that we were really talking a lot about, whether we should even have this on here when we're having trouble filling deputies elsewhere in the system. But these are the types of positions that we're having to now currently pull from other parts of the organization when the need presents itself. And this, so basically we just have some dedicated deputies for that function. Parking lot security. Again, not a very sexy item. Enhancing security both for our employees, but also for the basically just our parking area, having it secured. We've had issues with people wandering into our parking and not necessarily always with good intent. And then finally, our milestone security cameras. This is for to basically plug some coverage areas within the jail to help improve the overall security of the jail, the overall security for our staff and the inmate population. And also allows us to would allow us to better collect video evidence in the event of an emergency or security issue within the jail. So that is that.
Great questions. So, when we do the city budget and we have requests like this, they're ordered by priority, by the significance or the impact of the department from their view. So, number one is kind of like, that's our top request, and then it moves forward. Is that the way that you organize this as well?
Yes.
Great. Love that. Thank you.
And again, this
second-
is under the context of 1A. These may not be our overall top,
Totally
but
get
stuff
that,
that could
yeah.
fit under 1A.
Yes, and then, second, it would be helpful if, at some point we could kind of break out what is ongoing and what is one time.
Yes. And I think there's a summary table in there.
Okay.
Page 41.
41 of the packet or of their,
169 in overall.
There's one in there. It's in both places.
Yeah, oh yeah. I guess it's that as well.
it's not 169.
It says 169.
There's an overall summary.
Yeah, so
That
one,
list for the wildfire information.
Yeah, 169 is the regional training facility.
yeah, it looks like a pretty green table like that.
Yeah,
Subtract to
yeah.
167. Try that.
It's in here.
So I think we learned our lesson about page numbers today.
Yeah,
And
totally.
tabbing would
Tabs,
also help.
please, tabs.
I think it's right.
Um,
It's-
No, that's our turnover one. I think it's right.
Should be right.
Yeah, that's
One
attrition.
down, one more, one.
Yeah, that's your attrition.
Oh, go on, try going the other direction.
One time ongoing, here we go, 166.
166, okay.
There we go. Okay, thank you. So, 55 million of one time, 7.8, which would be ongoing,
Yes.
which would affect future.
And likely the bulk of that one time, while one time wouldn't be all in 1 year. You'd probably have a land acquisition phase and a construction phase. And, I imagine that would be over 3 or 4 or 5 years of.
Okay, great. Yeah, because the facility is 50.
Correct.
Of
Yes,
that.
yes.
That's intended for the entire project up there too, and to
Okay.
expand on that a little bit, also the intention is to have a campus type environment where we have our emergency management, EOC, and storage facility up there for all that equipment and vehicles, fire related to.
And if we were to vacate the Dakota building, then the coroner would have first say.
Are you saying it's a win-win? Would this also include, would the shooting range be moved to Heritage Square, or would it stay where it currently is?
In the discussion with what the issue is with our academy. Number one, the building is falling apart, and if we lose it, we are in serious trouble with being able to not only train our people, as David said, but 20 to 30 other jurisdictions. The range right now is part of the reason we cannot expand on our training. We can max out at 50 students in our academy right now. We have to be careful having more than one academy because we only have the ability to allow 50 people to shoot at one training session. And so our goal would be, as the final phase of a campus, would be to add an additional gun range, both indoor and outdoor. But at this point in time, we would have to remain at the current one until the final phases of everything else at this campus is done. Then we can expand and use both. Right now, if we had the ability to have 2 classrooms going at once, we could use the schedule right now. It would be tight, but we could possibly be able to do 2 academies at once, as long as they don't start on the same date and end on the same date, and use the current location. But expanding that is necessary. Right now, when we had the flood at the current academy, we were off-site for 2-3 weeks. The state of Colorado, must certify your classrooms. So we have one classroom at our headquarters that's certified. Lakewood Police Department has 2. We didn't have a choice on ours because we have Northwestern that was currently at our location. So Lakewood was able to give us a location for those 2-3 weeks to have our academy. If we don't have a certified location to train those people, the state will shut us down. So we have a lot of regulations with that post academy to be able to have it and be in charge of it. And if we were to lose that, we would have literally no place to do our training whatsoever.
So continuing at the current location and then eventually in the latter phases of the potential build out of this regional training facility, you would also have a facility for shooting and training as well.
Correct.
I think this is another one that we add to that master facilities, master plan conversation.
And I've never seen the county master plan on that. So that would be something that would have to be introduced to us because we've never seen it.
Sure. Question for you. The $50 million, where did that figure come from?
Right now, we're looking at what other jurisdictions have spent. Again, we have been in talks with Martin Marietta in reference to the old Heritage Square. Those talks have been, we either buy it outright, the land, or we lease it from them. The discussions have been, we're not going to even discuss a lease unless it's like 100 years. Because why would we build up an entire training center that we could potentially get kicked out of if we don't own the property? So those discussions have started just so that we can have an idea moving forward. So we used numbers that we gained from other jurisdictions that have done it. But
That's
again,
the land and facility, this figure, potentially.
yes, potentially.
I've had this storage facilities also included in there.
How many acres of a campus do you need to make all that happen? Storage?
It depends because when you're looking at, how much hazmat equipment we have, how much emergency management equipment we have, the fire equipment, all that stuff. Classrooms, the potential for a gun range, the potential for a driving track, because we also have an issue with the driving track that State Patrol owns. We can only get in there when it's open. And so we have to plan way ahead of time to get,
We were allotted 3 days this year.
yeah. So that's why we currently now use Heritage Square's parking lot for our driving. So that we use the State Patrol's driving track for what's post required and for high speeds that we have to get recertified in. We use Heritage Square for all the low speed stuff that doesn't require a track. And so right now, we're not even doing everything at the available driving track because we can't. And so being able to have the property and the acreage to be able to, at some point in time, we would do it exactly like Brian did his fire, where we'd have phase 1, phase 2, phase 3, phase 4, phase 5. We would eventually want to have enough property to be able to put a driving track on there for us to be able to use, rather than having to use the states.
But hard to put a number on what the acres, ideally, what that number of acres.
It
But
depends.
it would
We
work.
looked
It
at,
would fit.
what was Adams County's track? 3 acres?
Yes.
So, but there are things to do with that. I mean, when you put in a driving track, if you look at the State Patrol's driving track, the entire inside of that track is just field. Could we, with the proper architects, design something where we can still have the track on the outside and secure that nobody's going to drive off the track into the buildings, but have the buildings on the inside and make it more effective usage of the property and the land. So there would be a way of doing that. We would just have to bring architects in to design that because, if it's a driving day, then it's going to be hard accessing the buildings on the inside, so on and so forth. And you can't really put bridges in because people will fly over those into the lake and so on and so forth. So there's some cautionary things to happen there, but to think outside of the box, it's possible to do it all in a smaller acreage lot.
Perfect. Okay. Great. Well, I think we'll wrap it up here for the sheriff, unless there are any other questions or comments. And thank you all very much. Appreciate it. Let's take a 5-minute break. And just as a heads up, I have to pop out just for 1 second right at 3 if we're still going, but please go ahead. I just didn't want you to think I was being rude.
Well, thank you, Commissioners. The question I actually had for you is how much time you have available, because I think we were kind of tentatively slated to 2:30, but we do have a few of these things we need to wrap up with, and we want to make sure that we have time for that. So if there's a hard stop that you're aware of, let us know and we'll.
Commissioners, are you good to stay till 3:10 at the latest? Yeah. Okay.
Can you pull up the agenda again on the screen?
And maybe Dan too, if we could start first with, so for example, if we can take care of giving direction on the 3 phases, for example, with the larger discussion too.
Yeah, if that's your preference, we could certainly do that.
So we get the main stuff we need to get.
Yeah. I mean, that's really an urgent thing or a timely thing that we needed to get direction from the board on. So if you just go down a little bit to the bottom of that. Sorry. So we're kind of in that discussion and recommendation section. So we're gonna just kind of flow this into the discussion. So with the wildfire presentations we heard today, particularly around the sheriff's office presentation and the D&T component, we are looking for some direction from the board, how you would like us to proceed. And we're talking about using dollars starting this year. So we'll kind of open it up to the 3 of you if you have some ideas that you'd like to share.
So how much are we talking for 2024? Is it the full 69 million? And then is that what would be available in 2025?
Yeah, let's go to that one slide where we showed, there's that stacked column chart.
In their presentation?
In the presentation.
Oh, I keep saying 69.
It's
Adding a
couple more. That, one more.
Nope.
That one.
Yeah.
So. Okay, so what we're talking about here is this, the green portion and the purple portion. So
Green
the green is the sheriff wildfire
in the 2025,
in the 2025,
but we're talking about 2024.
because we'll be using 2024's retention dollars now, 2025.
We could have struggled with how to show this. So if we showed it in 24, we felt like we'd have an extra year in it. Like, we didn't want to show that they were going to spend it in 25 and then not the next year. So that's why it's shown this way. But whether it's the $24 or the $25, the idea is they would need to spend $7 million in the green in.
Well, no, it makes a big difference.
So it
Just
would,
look at the difference in the amount.
so you could.
And
could
how
apply.
much of it is one time and how much is being carried forward?
Right. So we can apply those greens and purples to that 65.2, 24 to the 24 source. And then we can look at the data that shows how much, for instance, let's just hone in on one piece, for instance. Let's look at that 7 million for the sheriff wildfire. We can identify how much of that is one time and how much of that is ongoing. And if we want to use the $65 million to pay for it this year. And again, that's all 3 phases. And you're right, it is a fluid picture because
Whatever you do in one year.
it's gonna affect the next,
Yeah.
right?
That's why we showed it this way instead of, we were trying to show that ongoing effect because very few of the requests don't have an ongoing.
So can we, let's see, Mike, where do we have the breakdown of the one-time versus?
And if
ongoing?
it's page
4 is.
Yeah, there's page 41 that has
41.
this.
Okay.
But of that 2.4 is the one time. And then 4.6 is the ongoing. Realistically, they can't spend that from 4.6 this year. But we didn't know when in 25 people would be able to start. So we used the annual number.
At the very top, Commissioner. Page 41.
So again, all three phases, one time would be 2.3 million. Ongoing would be 4.5 million.
And then this is where we added some for the bit and the HR support.
I'm sorry, Dan, can you say that again? 2.3 million one time for all three phases?
Yep,
Okay, and then 4.1 million,
4.5.
4.5 million is ongoing
Uh-huh,
for all three phases?
yes.
And would it be both?
So for the first year one, it would be both.
It'd be 2.3 plus 4.5
Yes.
for year one.
So 6.8,
And that's all three phases
all three phases,
in year one.
year one. And then year 2, 3, 4.
It would just be the 4.5.
And then the 37 positions that will go with it. And obviously, as you heard earlier, it would take some time to get people hired and get it up and running. But the idea is that you would identify the dollars that we started to be spent this year, 24 retention amount.
So the total number of requests was 135, but that would be for a conversation for $2026, right?
This is where we have a little bit of the yes and the no, and you're gonna just have that. The idea is like, how much of that do we want to spend from 25? And those that you don't want to use this year, we roll into the 26 budget process. So we have 65 million up to that 70 amount that we retained from 24 that we can start spending in 2025. And there's things that we are unable to start spending in 25. We can then take that balance and then have it available for the 26 conversation. In the 26 conversation, we will also estimate how much we plan to bring in 25 new that would carry into that 26 as well. So it's a kind of a double picture when we get to 26, but we typically won't know the final number until several months. That's always the challenge. And this is the inherent thing that we have with Tabor. We won't know the Tabor final figure until April of each year.
So then is this the only 25 proposal?
All these are just, these are the only ones that have been brought forth for 25.
No, the fire. It's the only 24 proposal, right?
Money from 24.
Money, yes, from
That
24
was
spending this
used
year.
for 25, and then everything else is 25.
Moving forward.
Money from 25.
The if we're just talking about the wildfire. If we're not, everything you saw on the screen was asking, do we want to use for 24 dollars?
I think everybody would be happy to start spending money this year because the needs are there.
And commissioners, so the exercise that we went through was we asked departments to bring forward requests for spending money in 25, which is the 24 retained revenue. So departments were supposed to focus on 25. And, there are some one-time or some larger dollar amounts that have been requested that will take multiple years. And Dan is right, this what the dollar amount that's shown up there regarding the ongoing, all of that's likely not going to be spent this year, even if the board were to authorize it, because there's internal mechanisms that we all acknowledge and I know grow frustrated by in terms of hiring, in terms of procurement. So even if you approve all three phases, it's highly unlikely that all of that money would be spent this year.
So I'm very confused. We're being asked to make a decision about one proposal, even though we had a presentation today of all the proposals. And I thought it was because there was a delineation between the dollars that we're using and the timing that we're using. And so like,
No,
which one is it?
No,
Is it both or neither?
My understanding too was that for $2025, we were only looking at the wildfire piece.
Yeah.
And moving that forward. And one of the reasons that we were interested in, and I'm just going to step back and make a couple of comments about why I feel it's critical we move forward with funding. Ideally, all three phases. I'd like for us to fund all three phases and get that moving. Or look at a plan B of at least the first two phases so we can build the capacity and then roll out those other components. I would like to see all three go together, and here's why. We've had in place everything from the Jeffco Wildfire Task Force, which laid out a series of recommendations, which you see reflected in the CWPP and all of the work that we've done with planning and zoning, building, and we waited exactly for this moment. We laid all the groundwork with our community partners. We had to wait for a change in leadership in terms of our sheriff's office. I'm going to be very open about that in terms of how we think about doing this work in a proactive way. We had sign off from the Board of County Commissioners on those specific strategies. It was a key message as part of our 1A campaign. And it is outrageous when you look at Boulder, Larimer, even our friends in Dougco, to come back full circle, and their capacity compared to our capacity and the increased fire risk that we have. So when I went into this conversation today, I went into it, yes, with the understanding that there was a sense of urgency specifically around this issue. So my mind for 2025 funding is focused on this. What we'd also said though, and I remember this, I'm double checking with you all, is that we wanted to make sure that we didn't have too many moving parts in 2025, because we also said, I think as a board, that ideally we were going to wait till 2026. But if there's some key urgent things we could tackle now, let's do them now. I think we all kind of talked about that and came at it in different ways. But to my mind, this is clearly one opportunity in terms of public safety that we can move forward and fund now in the way that it has been laid out.
One of the comments that was expressed a concern in a couple sessions is that the board didn't want to make a decision on this wildfire spending out of context. They wanted to see all the other needs that have been presented, and that's what we've heard. We've heard all those other needs. And as Commissioner Dahlkemper said, if there's something that you heard today, aside from the wildfire, that you'd like to pluck out and accelerate and start spending at 25, give that direction. But the focus was really the wildfire direction, and then here's the context for that, so it's not made in isolation.
You know, I guess the only other thing that I heard, but I think we're okay, is the WUI enforcement piece that we heard from development and transportation, because that is going to be an issue in terms of enforcement of those regs. But we just got an extension through the legislature in terms of the timing of that implementation that will bring us out to next year. So I do personally feel a real sense of urgency about the wildfire package for sure. All of this is important. Public health, huge as well. But those are just some comments from me.
What?
Yeah. Are you, well, let me ask, are you at this, any thoughts on these three
Yeah,
phases of work?
and thank you. You reminded me of a couple of things that, yeah, I agree with most of it. Feel the need to restate it all, but I agree with most of that. Dan said pluck a few things, like the pluck.
Yeah.
Large chunks out. But and I think I talked about that a couple of months ago, that I believe my tolerance for moving ahead quicker is more than either of yours, and that's fine. I think that to me this is a good middle ground of moving forward on some top priorities that I think there's general agreement that absolutely fits under 1A and moving ahead with that. Completely up to me. I'd probably be moving ahead faster on some other things too, but I'm okay with what we're talking about here.
So the staff recommendation is to fund all three phases of the wildfire management plan using the 24 retained dollars beginning this year. The alternative would, what was addressed earlier, I think Commissioner Dahlkemper asked,
to maybe do phases 1 and 2 together. And I think Brian mentioned that it's best to keep those 2 phases together and then potentially do the 3rd phase at a later stage. That could be an alternative to that recommendation.
I like that because, as has been stated several times, is that we get up every morning and we check the news and there are different things happening that I think that allows us a little bit more flexibility moving forward. I think we're okay in this realm, but just in case things change, it gives us a little more flexibility. So I'm fine with that.
So wildfire, yes, but not DNT for their.
Well, let's just stick first with wildfire.
The sheriff's component.
So we originally talked about funding all 3 phases. Now we're talking about whether we just want to do phases 1 and 2 and then circle back to 3. Commissioner Zensing, any thoughts? I would prefer to do all 3. Certainly if you want to just are you still open to doing all 3 or are you moving toward 2 with the 3rd layer?
No, I just.
I'm getting mixed messages.
No, I just realized I'm sitting here saying I just. Within 5 minutes or within 3 minutes, I just said 2 completely opposite things. So I'm gonna go back to my first thing.
Okay.
Actually.
3 and 3.
3.
Okay, so I would also be in favor of going forward and funding all 3. Commissioner Sensing, or any thoughts?
That's fine.
Okay, so we'll find all 3 phases. Okay.
And to get to that point, do we want to bring this back to a briefing, Dan? What kind of formality are you looking for?
Do we need that after?
I'm not
Do we
sure.
need
I
this
just
since
wanted to put it out.
We
there.
would likely have to supplement the budget to do so. We have the revenue in the fund, but we'd have to supplement the budget to engage that. So we could use that basis.
Well, FTEs have to have formal approval through resolution as
Right.
well. So there's certain items in this that will need to be put forth to a briefing, to a resolution, because you need a formal resolution to act.
So we can take it all at one shot, so we can prepare briefings, get that scheduled and.
This was noticed as a briefing?
Yeah, and we had briefing papers too, so
Well,
that's why I'm confused.
I'm a little confused why we're calling it phase 1, 2, and 3. This isn't phasing. Phasing is you do one thing, and then you do a second thing, and then you do a third thing. We're approving all 3 things at once. That's like one phase.
I do think they're more like levels and options.
Except that we're saying do all 3. That's not phasing. So I'm very confused by why we're using that terminology and why, if we're phasing it in, why are we approving all 3 up front? And if it is a phased approach, it would be really good to know, like, how does that land on the calendar? Because it's going to impact everything else and every other decision that we're going to make. Even if we say, yes, I want to do all 3 of these things, that'd be great to know. And if that's what we're saying, but if you're going to call it a phase, then we need some parameters around the timing of that so that we know, like, does that mean that that's all going to happen in 24? Is that going to, some of that going to spill over into 25? Is the majority of that happening in 25, 26? Are we, deferring a certain section to 27? I mean, why are we calling it phase?
Yeah. Brian, if you want to come up, that'd be great. But I think it's also important to underscore part of the reasons why the first and the second phase come together as one is because it's all hiring to build the capacity, as we know, for the 3rd part of work. And the more we can get on the ground and get that work started, especially now in light of some of the opportunities, I think the better. But is there anything that you, Brian?
So the word phase, that was my choice, right? And so when we started the discussions and formulating a plan, what this holistic program would look like, we realized it was going to be a big ask, right? There's a lot of dollars attached to it. We started this work long before 1A was even being discussed as a voter option. I had drafted this plan last February, I think is when I first drafted this. So I wrote it up as phases, recognizing that it was a big ask and wanted to present options, not knowing at that time that 1A was gonna create some opportunities, not knowing the size of 1A. And so we just wanted to present you guys with options based on the revenues that you would have available. And so that's why we broke it out into 3 components. I called it phase. It's not meant to convey that one is building off of one another per se. Like I said, phase 1 and 2, parts 1 and 2, whatever you want to call it, those are necessary to build the core program for the holistic program that we've presented to you. Phase 3 or part 3 would be expanding capacity to do more of that work that the first 2 parts are building, but are what we feel are necessary to meet the demands that exist right now and to have full success. So again, I just broke it into those 3 components to give you guys an option based on what the cost involved of those are and the revenues that you would have available to allocate. That was the only intent. It was not to convey, like I said, that one is necessary to build off of the other. That was not the intent of calling it by phase. Does that make sense?
Yes, because I think given all of the other proposals and all of the other needs, it's, I think, very reasonable to say that we approve of all 3 phases, but realistically, in this first budget year, it's probably only part 1 and part 2 that will be moving forward that will impact the numbers particularly. And then we can make a commitment to move on to part 3, but it probably realistically will not be in the budget year that we're allocating it for because it's capacity building. So you have to have the capacity first in order to build upon it later, right? So it's kind of like yes to all 3, but realistically, it's only parts 1 and 2 that are going to impact that bottom number, which gives us some more room for some of these other priorities. If we're saying yes to all 3 in the first budget year, that reduces the amount that we have available for other priorities, even though the money's going to be there, because realistically, you can't implement the 3rd part until you've established the first part, which is going to take some time.
Well, so the first part includes, as an example, key leadership positions and 1 mitigation crew. If you skip over to the 3rd part, that includes a 2nd mitigation crew. If we're going to hire 1 mitigation crew right now, we can hire both mitigation crews right now and do it through 1 hiring act. And so we don't need that first mitigation crew to be in place in order to facilitate the 2nd mitigation crew. And in fact, it's going to be more efficient to hire both crews right now because it's 1 job announcement, it's 1 hiring action and whatnot. So in terms of how I understood what you were explaining, I guess I would counter that it's not dependent. That 3rd part is not dependent on the first 2 parts. They can certainly occur concurrently. We've got more than enough work already identified. We've already done the work with HR in terms of position classifications. Those positions, for the most part, are largely ready to, if you guys gave me the thumbs up, we could start doing that recruitment and hiring actions starting tomorrow. We could start putting that stuff on the street for parts of, for like the crews and the other components that are part of that.
So it almost sounds like it's more about scale than
Yes,
sequence.
exactly.
And Commissioner, you're right, from a cash management perspective, cash flow, all these dollars aren't going out the door right away. You're right, there's gonna be some bleed over in subsequent years, which is true of any large project.
And in fact, just for the salaries, the FTEs, right? The reality is, if you say go right now, and let's say I hired people in 3 weeks, you're only paying 6 months of salary this year. So that sustained commitment for the FTEs in this first year, we're only going to spend half of it. The rest of it would go back into the pot and be available for all the other options that you guys are considering.
But the commitment's identified now, that way the dollars are available when it's ready to carry on.
So the ongoing amount is probably half or less for the first year. Yes.
Would that help with some clarity?
Are you thinking you'd rather do phases 1 and 2 now and then?
No, because they're not phases.
Yeah, it's, I know,
No, they're,
we won't use this word. I
yeah,
guess.
no, conceptually,
Years.
it's
Yeah.
a really different thing. So this is one project that is going to impact the budget in 1 year. And 4.5 of that will be ongoing. And it needs to be, and we could decide not to do the all three, and that's fine. If we are going to do all three, it is not, we are not saving ourselves any room for other projects. And which is what I thought we were doing when you use a phased approach, but it's not, it's the whole thing. And just as long as we know that, then we know how much we have left over for all of these other priorities.
Perfect.
Good.
Okay. So then it sounds like we got 3 thumbs up on that. We'll prepare a briefing paper and we'll get that formalized. We'll brief the dollars.
It's approximately 10%
Okay.
of the revenues. Yeah,
Uh,
which is totally appropriate.
Yeah.
I mean, if you think about 10% for a priority such as wildfire.
It's right into the language. It's urgent. We're coming up, season's right on us. Yeah.
And Commissioner, as we.
It's year round now, Dan. Just-
I know. I taught myself it was coming to my
There are no seasons.
Except
today.
Yeah.
Over the course of the last 30 or 45 days since Brian and the sheriff originally presented this, we've met several times as staff. And, we came to the same conclusion, Commissioner Zenzinger, that when you look at the ultimate price compared to the ultimate cost versus the ultimate risk that we're facing, that's why this recommendation came forward from staff to say, let's go ahead and take this step forward. And it's a large step. You mentioned earlier, hey, this is a big hit, meaning, like swinging for a home base, and you're exactly right. But I think we're aligned between the sheriff's office and SPA, myself, others, that we should move forward.
Okay.
And we'll coordinate with the sheriff's office for the briefing. I don't know, Sheriff, you would prefer to make the briefing, or if you want me to do it, I don't care either way, maybe jointly. Okay.
Andy?
Can I put something out there? Do not want to kick this one around a lot right now, but just put this out there. I'd like us to publicly celebrate this, to really talk about this in a positive way, because quite frankly, I mean, to get too political on it, I know people out there that will just talk about, 37 FTE, you're just blah, 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 wasting taxpayer, all of that they will. I would like us to just be out there proactive in front of it saying, yep, we're going to hire almost 40 people but what we are doing, and I want us to, I would like us to be to celebrate this and talk about it and be open and so that might be a bit of a discussion, and I don't expect folks to do that today, but I'd like us to be thoughtful about how we talk about this in a positive way moving forward.
Yeah, I agree. And I think that's also part of that larger strategic communications plan too. Again, without going into details and digging in there, but I really think we have to think creatively about how we share that information. Whether it's the wildfire piece, other pieces, how we're going through this process. And I think Joe's circling back with Cassie on that and what that looks like. And a comms plan around it in partnership.
Yeah.
With the sheriff's office, and not just the sheriff's office, but others as we start allocating these dollars. Even even signage that says, as we get into the road and bridge stuff, thank you voters for wanting dollars help, pay for this. and that's something to factor in. And those wildfire grants, I'm just gonna put that out there one more time.
That popped in my head when you were actually.
Okay, good. All right,
So the-
so we're good on this one.
Yeah, so
We do have to do another briefing, it sounds like.
we'll do another briefing to formalize it.
Okay.
Get it to hearing, assuming it's, give them a thumbs up at the
Yep.
briefing.
Yep.
And then the second component, was the development and transportation welfare proposal that we heard today from Valentine. And, that's the number I think I gave you earlier that I thought it was,
3.2.
3.275, but I thought they said it was a little different, but that was the D&T component of the wildfire plan.
So Dan, for me, just to interject real quick, I think we, one of my questions for the board is we have an upcoming budget meeting, May
29th, I believe.
29th. And, what information would the board like to discuss on that date as it refers to the discussions we've had today? Do you have direction for things you would like us to go refine or bring back to you that relate to 1A to have as part of our budget conversation towards the end of the month? I do think that we've got more work to do regarding a number of the requests. And so my commitment today was not to get an answer specifically on DMT.
Okay.
It's important, but my commitment was to get an answer for the sheriff's office on either phase 1, 2, or 3. But if the board has direction that you would like us to take to go off and refine, we're happy to do that.
Well, you talked about plucking. And so another one that I would like us to consider in particular, maybe post our regional discussion on homelessness, but I'm very interested in the homelessness prevention and response solution that was proposed. It's a relatively low amount one time. It does have an ongoing expenditure, but pending the outcome of that regional discussion, it would be good to know that we have that, we'd be able to offer that up as, a commitment of Jefferson County. Also, there were a couple of items that I think are very related to budget cuts that we're going to see in the state budget. And so that's another area that I think we should potentially think about plugging into. And this is to Andy's point, this one, the fire one was just so obvious, that we would move forward with that quicker rather than later, right? Some of these are less obvious, but I think are more necessary now that we know what the state budget picture is. We know very specifically what cuts are coming now as a result of the state budget. And so I see some opportunities here where we might do some plucking just out of necessity, personally, that I would rather advance now versus waiting until the next budget cycle discussions. So
I think
Last page.
the other thing too that I think about is as we move forward with some of these funding components, how it hits human resources
Yes.
and some of these other departments that we've talked about. So I would like to pull that out as well and look at that to see as we're approving things in 2025, do we need to be thinking about also some of those positions that we heard about now, or are we okay looking at those in 2026? The other thing, the other big half of 1A is the transportation road and bridge piece.
Yes.
So I think we also need to circle back to this conversation, not today necessarily, but I do think we need to come back and make a decision about the mill levy piece and whether that's going to be incremental and what the implications are. In addition, I want to just come back to D&T related to wildfire and about thinking specifically about, is there a must-have in knowing that those, because I feel like we've got some time here to work with, but I want you to check me on that. I mean, we know these WUI codes are coming down the pike. We know that there's, a set of positions related to that enforcement, and then also road and bridge, right of way, and more. What are you seeing in terms of timing? Are those 2026 hires? Are there things we start going with now? I mean,
So, any of these things take a long lead time. So for example, the staffing part, that would probably take 2 to 3 months just to get something out there for recruiting. Take 2 to 3 months just to hire somebody. So you're looking at 6 months for that. I think the staffing it can wait until 2026 budget. If that's something the board wants to commit to, we can make that happen. I don't think we're going to have a mad rush of activity within that first 6 months. So I think that is doable. The part that I think needs more thought is the regulation part, because our procurement process, that's going to take us, 3 to 6 months at least just to get through that. To hire somebody to help us that has the right qualifications with the science behind it to help us put together the code part. And I think that's critical because to get through the adoption process and to coordinate with all the different entities that we're working with, that's going to take 12 to 18 months. And so the sooner we can get going on that, the better. And then that really establishes the unified goals for the programming of wildfire. So we want to make sure everybody's using the same set of rules and that they're the same moving forward. Right now, we have too many different rules that are in place that we can abide by, which makes it complicated when we have a rush on activities to comply with mitigation efforts.
That's the $100,000 consulting contract.
That's 165,000. It would be 100 for consulting, 65,000 for upgrades to Amanda to make sure that we can process those permits appropriately.
I would be open to lifting that up as well. And I said human resources, I would also include county attorney in that piece. Just those, those components, those departments that we looked at in terms of additional support to make.
Yeah, one of those was also the purchasing team, because
Right.
all those contracts and that purchasing team is going to need support for that.
So I think we should, I personally think we should look those up as well and see kind of what the budget picture is looking at. But I'd be comfortable with that $160,000 amount. And then maybe look at those hires in camp early 2026.
Correct. Yeah, we would hope the board could consider that and approve that during the 2026 budget process so that in January we could start recruitment to have those filled by June.
That,
Also, leaning into my former past experience on budgeting, sometimes there are little small dollar projects that don't require a lot that we could possibly pull down and move forward with this year. That would knock off a couple of these that are not huge significant decisions. I'm looking at the $15,000 one for the Head Start, building safety. That seems like a low-hanging fruit, very reasonable, one-time cost. And usually what we would do is we would look for anything that was below a certain amount, right? Like how many projects could you get in that would total up to like 200,000, right? So be willing to draw down, and tap 200,000, and how many low dollar projects could we get in under that amount? So I would be interested in looking at some of those too. This is another example of being able to do some good stuff right now, moving ahead quickly, but they don't require huge major decisions, $15,000 for building safety, that's pretty good, I mean, that's a doable, let's check that off the list kind of thing. So I would be interested in looking at some of those. Anything that's under 30,000 or totaling up to a particular dollar amount that we think that we would be comfortable, pulling down and moving forward this year because they don't require a whole lot.
So for the next meeting, would that be just us going through this list and identifying what look like that? We don't have to come up with a number now, but
yeah,
what does that list look like? But not asking them to necessarily fully flesh it out. Like the
Yeah.
briefing would happen after this next.
So we, in that vein, we as staff can kind of come up with a first pass at that and have it ready for the 29th discussion. And if you want us to pick a target, we could say things that are under 50,000 up to a total collective of $1 million, $500,000, and that could just be a start point for our conversation. The 29th.
Yeah, because we could knock off a lot of really important things.
Yeah, low-hanging
Because
fruit.
they're low hanging fruit and they're easy to do and they're low dollar and they don't require so much personally.
We had the 500 and 550.
Because-
Just to bring it back for
Yeah.
discussion.
Because oftentimes, these things get lost, in the bigger planning process when we could just very easily, address them. And you could do a lot for, a particular set dollar, as long as we're comfortable with what that dollar amount is and figure out what we can get under.
Yeah, and we'll go back and look at what makes like a natural breaking point, because I hate to set a target and then suddenly.
Yeah.
Find a natural break,
Somebody-
somebody focus on one time.
Yeah.
And then are we, so that's one category potentially that we'll come back and revisit. And then it sounds like another category, which Commissioner Zenzinger mentioned earlier, were the federal dollar gaps that fit in and tie into 1A. We can come back and revisit.
Well, one of the things I had we included on this recommendation sheets, the last sheet of your packet, was that we did recognize that we wanted to set aside some dollars to weather and set aside for potential fallout or dropout of federal funding. And we picked 25% of the current federal revenue. So that equates to about 33 million. That was a recommendation point to think about. Like, do we use 33 million of the $24 and hold it, knowing it still needs to be a general fund entity going forward, but is there, if there's any dropout, that could be a safety net.
So that could help with the human services component if we want to fund certain things like the
Yeah.
homelessness piece.
Yeah, 'cause that's
which I
the
think is a
part
good one,
that's-
but also DEFCO Public Health.
Yes.
Because that seems to me, if we think about community safety and well-being, I mean, that, especially that fits under the federal piece for me as
Yeah,
well.
all this assuming it's vetted through allowability with the county attorney's office.
Yeah, that's a huge piece that is still a part of all of this as well. And then finally, we're also then including, and I'm asking the commissioners this, at the around $160,000 that Yvel talked about earlier, that's for consulting and the Amanda system updates. And then Yvel, you did talk about, and I'm wondering, commissioners, if you have any thoughts on this at this time, we can also bring it back for consideration as well, regarding the positions that probably wouldn't be hired until early 2026. But you could start to begin work on that later in the year. For
For the adoption of
enforcement.
WUI?
Yeah.
I think it's gonna be absolutely critical.
Are you comfortable with putting that on the?
It's a mandate. We gotta do it.
No, no.
So, yeah, would the
Good,
board like to
okay.
just elevate that aspect right now, just like we're doing with the
Yes.
sheriff's
Yes,
aspects?
I think so. I think for sure, the Amanda and the consulting contract, definitely. And then also, I think we should elevate the positions and look at that.
Maybe not all of them, and just
Yeah.
because the timeline was extended, so we have a little bit more
Mhm.
breathing room
I
there now, so maybe.
And the only reason, Val, that you're making an argument for doing that now is so you can start to, you've got that 3 to 6 month timeframe. And if there's some approval, at least to do some of those positions, now, then you can begin that work.
Yes. So then if that's the case, if that's the board's kind of appetite, we can then add on that component to this briefing. So it's more of a wildfire briefing and not just a sheriff component. We can say, here's the sheriff's aspect, here's DOT's aspect, here's the support services around those, and then come to you with one package to brief.
Yes, and
For
that
use
feels
of
far more
this
comprehensive.
year, starting
Yeah.
this year.
And then we're also recognizing all of these different components. You also have as part, if you want to stick with that wildfire thing for a minute, you also have Jeffco Open Space and the slash piece that they talked about, which was which was a small
Low-hanging
dollar
fruit.
amount.
Wanna
Yes,
elevate
but it-
that one as well?
Hopefully, but yeah.
Yes.
I would,
We're seeing 3 months, so we'll leave that.
Human Services had a wildfire related position as well for
On the emergency management.
yeah, that's a
Yeah.
great point.
Want to add that to that,
Yes.
or just adding them together?
It's a wildfire package
is.
Yeah.
that touches multiple departments,
Yeah.
that has a combination of one time, mostly upfront one time and a few ongoing.
With positions.
And then some
Um,
more.
And then, yeah, that will be greater than 10%, but now we're traversing into other divisions and departments, so.
It
that
just
makes
feels
sense.
more comprehensive, which is what it is. It's
Yeah.
multiple departments working on this issue. Sheriff, you had your.
If you're gonna lump us together, I just wanna make sure that we're not gonna get called out by the citizens as to the 2024 money coming out of the general fund and being spent on things that I just want to make sure if you're lumping us in with it,
It would all be general fund items.
it would all be general fund money?
Yes, we will make sure of that.
Okay,
I have to review and approve it before it goes in.
okay.
I think kind of what I mentioned earlier about us being very proactive in patting ourselves on the back on this is that we're talking about, this is Jefferson County. Obviously, the sheriff's department is a huge piece of this, but I would very much not want you guys to be singled out or make this sound like the entire package is just, I think that's what actually is one of the best things is that, yes, you're huge, probably well over half of it, but this is a countywide, lots of different departments, and we're trying to take a comprehensive look at our community safety altogether here. And I think that might also help with people who sometimes think that they don't know all the different things that we do as a county, and that we can kind of be talking about that when we're talking about wildfire mitigation, human services it does have a piece in that. So.
And to reinforce that point, I think most people don't look at the organization either. They don't know sheriff, human services. They just know, I want the issue addressed.
Right.
And that's what this kind of sends that message. We're putting resources towards the issue.
And then I had one, some of these were large capital requests, new buildings, new facilities. And I think that those are different and unique in this situation and will require more coordination with the facilities master plan. So I'm wondering if we shouldn't use some of that 1A dollars to seed the planning for this, which is to acknowledge that I think these were worthy requests. And I want to be able to have a plan to be able to accomplish them. But I think that's going to take some planning. So is there a way that we can, as a way of moving forward with the request, start the initial planning phase, the feasibility of using these dollars to put together a plan, so that we can, maybe not this year, but have a target date of when we will move forward, if ever, with these large capital requests, which I think were extremely worthy. And I don't want to just not do them and then forget about it. I want to start moving towards them in some actionable way. And so maybe that's through the dollars to do some planning around.
The master plan is funded.
Yeah, and I think too, this also comes back to the comment earlier that we should have Kate do a briefing with the board, because we haven't had, I don't think we've had an opportunity since you've been part of the board to look at the master facilities plan. So why don't we start, I would suggest we start there with seeing what Kate currently has in place, because some of what we heard, not all of it, is factored in to the facilities plan, like the courts and the extra security on the admin side. The sheriff's piece, I don't think is in the current plan, obviously. I don't know that the coroner's is.
In the existing building.
Yeah.
Yeah.
So, and to that degree, if we have that plan, can we then use the 1A dollars to accelerate or to advance that plan in a new way, right? To accelerate maybe some of the aspects of that plan.
Unless you've got funding in place already to do.
No, the funding that we have is 2.5 million a year. So we have enough for the fund or for the plan, to update to the plan, which is in the RFP stage. So, but not for implementation of it.
I'm talking implementation. I'm talking about,
I think one avenue for that is the capital expenditure fund as well. When we're talking about the mill levies, maybe we haven't figured out which project it is happening on which time frame, but we could start setting aside money.
And that's what that mill levy adjustment
know
will do.
that that's something that we want to do.
Yeah. I just, the presentations in particular around the training facility and the coroner's office are so compelling. that I would just hate to be like, okay, well, let's plan for it next year, you know, and have the same presentation next year. I want the ability to be able to start driving in that direction at the very least, so that we can do them. I don't want them to be lost, because to me, they sound pretty important, and hugely compelling. And I want to be able to take some steps, realistically towards achieving them. Not necessarily for this first drawdown, for this first, you know, kind of where we're starting early and we're tapping it a little bit, and we're plucking, right? But how can we maybe set ourselves up so that we can entertain them more seriously and move forward with them?
And that's really, this goes to the spirit of the recommendation, the tentative recommendation to the stages. Let's start getting ours lined up to the right buckets. That way we can start to identify those resources for those needs instead of it getting lost in this big maze.
Yeah.
And that capital expenditure part is a big part of it.
Because maybe it's not the full 15 million. Maybe it's only 5 million that's coming from the 1A dollars, because we're going to do a bond project, and we're gonna, you know, find some matching grant dollars, and maybe we're, you know, tapping a fund, you know, that's been set aside, which would be more realistic than just a $15 million project, right?
Right.
But I think we need a plan, so that we can achieve it.
So commissioners, we'll take your feedback, and we've got a lot of debriefing to do, staff. And one thing that I would really recommend for the 29th, if the board is open to it, it will help us immensely if we can just have the board decide on the mill levies. Now, knowing that information sooner will help our departments in terms of the planning phases, and it will help our finance area. So I think that when you look at all of the priorities on your plate right now, one that I would ask you to advance would be the mill levy discussion, because then all other things really start to fall in place.
Yeah, I think that's great. That makes good sense.
And if I could just take a minute to put an early pitch in for the recommendation structure that we had developed. And this is the scenario 4 that we already shared with you, and that you all three seem to lean towards. Is it kind of boils down to what Avell presented was fantastic, by the way. When I'm looking at the balance of the social services imminent financial challenge and how we allocate our mill levies, it seems like the data kind of tells you that incrementally increasing the road and bridge mill levy is probably, let me put it another way. The risks of not funding social services in some capacity is far outweighing the present ongoing demand that we have on transportation infrastructure, but it's still putting something towards that end. I just don't think we have the resources just to fully restore it right away, but we have to keep making progress towards it because it's super critical. It's like number 2.
Yeah.
So that's why we kind of shape this, because of just how those numbers are coming together. That social, you know, I've been doing this for a long time, but the social services stuff scares me.
Yeah, total elimination of the SSBG.
Scares me.
Is there anything else you need from us at this point? I think we've got some clear themes, next steps, but what else is missing?
So the next steps is really, I think that's been fantastic feedback. Thank you so much for this today. And like we said, the next meeting will be the 29th. Joe, thank you for bringing that point forward. We'll try to get some clear direction from the board on that day about the mill levy allocation. That will be helping us model it, everything. Obviously, mill levies aren't finalized until you adopt the budget, but that will give us the path going forward on that. We'll come back with some of these other aspects, like we mentioned, coming up with that break point for the low hanging fruit, see if we can put that together. And then we have a couple other items already slated for that date, but I think that's kind of our next step on that phase.
And then when are we doing our next update on the advisory committee? Because I think the other thing that we can't forget in all of this is that I think we want to be authentic and transparent about the advisory committee, which was part of the ballot language. We want them to weigh in on recommendations as well. Some of these things we're going to begin to move forward. But if they're not meeting until June, they would still have an opportunity to provide some feedback. And certainly the final decision's up to the board, not to the advisory committee, but they do play a helpful role in reacting to some of the things. So we'll know more by June in terms of things that we can share with them.
Yeah, realistically, meeting the middle of June is the first time. So we'll be able to do that. We've gotten the applications for the positions. There's a subcommittee, the internal committee is looking at them so that we can land on a set of people to recommend to you so that you could officially establish them. It does look like just knowing that there was less emphasis on the immediate timing of that. We wanted to make sure we get the right people in place and take our time with that. So it will be more like middle of June. The other option though is you can present an update to the budget advisory committee in the meantime and get feedback from them.
That's great.
Yeah.
Especially on items with the low hanging fruit and see how they react to that. Things like that would be, I think, helpful to be able to try and get some feedback for you when we meet on the 29th.
Yeah, Mike, I would like to correct maybe some of the language that we're using around the budget retention advisory committee. So commissioners, they are designed not to provide you recommendations.
Did I say they were providing recommendations? I thought I
That
said,
term has been used a couple of times.
no, I thought I said provide feedback. We have the final say
So feedback is the
on the
critical.
recommendations,
Yep, so
right?
if we're using the word feedback, we are saying working on it, but I'm just setting the stage that the Budget Retention Advisory Committee is primarily intended to ensure that the monies that are being retained and spent are being done in accord with the ballot language in 1A. And so that's first and foremost their priority. And then the board certainly can use them to gather feedback.
And then just an admin request, would it be possible for us to share, if commissioners are up for this, we just get binders? I mean, tabs. And would that be okay?
Happy to do so.
Okay. Judy, should we pass these to you and Judy, or?
Will.
Yeah, although we've marked a bunch of it, so hopefully that will help.
One last thing, the homelessness it's not federally funded. Is that something that can be looked up for a briefing?
Yeah, I suggested it because of our regional meeting that we're having coming up
Okay, just
here in
want to
May.
make sure that it's not
Yeah.
lumped in with.
So have that in what now? What's that what you're saying?
So it would be its own briefing rather than be.
Yeah, separate briefing item.
Right,
Yeah.
okay. Gotcha.
Doing it quickly, go through. So for the table, we've listed all three phases, bring back to a briefing the wildfire, not phases, sorry. Here. But also the DOT wildfire discussion and then the Parks wildfire and Human Services Emergency Management wildfire request.
Because that's kind of like a comprehensive wildfire.
It's all of those.
Support, and the support services.
And the
related
support
to
services, right?
Related
You got
whatever
them.
we
Yep.
need to-
That's one.
That's one item. And then, but also whatever we decide on that wildfire item, have a celebration, talk about it, a communication plan surrounding that. And then for the 529 discussion, items to include would be the homelessness item, state budget cuts and federal budget cuts, any impacts to support services, mill levy conversation, and that's something we really want to try and get the decision on at that point. Or firm guidance and direction. Any remaining parts of the wildfire discussion, and then the small one-time wins.
So Mike, I'd like to just add to that, part of that will need to involve county attorney review of the homelessness piece, because I don't think we've gone there as of yet regarding having the county attorney's office review.
Yeah, it's more gray.
Just to clarify, Kim, of what we saw today, what has your office been able to review? What does it still need to review?
Well, the ones that have been reviewed have either mine or Carrie's name on the bottom.
On the briefing.
And
page.
on the funding memo
Uh-huh.
from the departments, and it'll say like Kim Sorrells, May 3rd, acceptable use, and then I'll peg it to the various
Right,
categories.
with the X's.
Yes, and then if
Okay.
it's blank, that means it has either not been reviewed or additional research needs to be done.
Okay, perfect. So we have that in our binders. We can see what's been reviewed and hasn't. Okay.
Once you have tabs.
Once we have.
You can find them, yeah.
And then the last item was just to do a briefing on the facilities master plan,
Yeah.
where we're at now, what's coming next, and try and tie that as well to the 1A discussion.
And how we can connect.
Build a plan towards that, possibly involving a CapEx.
That's perfect, Mike. That's great. Is there anything else before we close? Well, I just.
It's a lot.
It's a lot. A huge thank you to you all. Thanks, Dan, Mike, the entire SPA team as well. Thanks to everyone who shared their budget decision packages with us. Joe, I mean, everyone around, Kate, Kim, everyone, especially Jeannie and Judy. Oh, I see the binders have moved over to Judy. I see how this works. Just thanks everyone for all the time today. We really appreciate it. More to come.